Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, I'm a plumber. What I pulled out of the drain wasn't hair as told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing I noticed was that the drain coughed back. Not gurgled, not burped. Every plumber knows those sounds. Clogged line has a whole vocabulary if you listen long enough. Wet clicking from trapped air. A low glug when a vent is blocked. That hollow plastic knock when water finds a bend and loses patience. This was different. I had the snake maybe 8 feet into the kitchen cleanout when something down in the pipe pushed against it from the other side, firm enough that the cable jumped in my gloved hands and slapped the inside of the cabinet with a metallic twang. Then the smell came out. Old grease, mostly. Rotting food. Dish soap gone sour. All normal. Under it, though, there was something briny and warm, like a bait bucket left in the sun. I sat back on my heels and listened. From somewhere under the floorboards came a slow, rubbery scrape. My name is Caleb Mercer, 38, male, and I've been a plumber in southern Maine long enough to stop being surprised by what people send down drains. Wedding rings, dentures, aquarium gravel, drywall mud, cigarette butts, a wad of cash once, wrapped in a sandwich bag and swollen like a dead fish. I work for myself out of a white Ford Transit with Mercer Plumbing and Drain Service on the side in peeling blue letters. Most days, that freedom feels good. Some days, when I'm lying on my stomach in a stranger's mouse-chewed crawlspace, wondering if my phone has enough signal to call for help if a joist gives way. It feels like a bad joke. I'm playing on myself. The house belonged to a woman named Lena Whitcomb, 41, female, a pediatric nurse who lived on a narrow road outside Harpswell, the kind of road that runs between spruce trees and salt marsh until you start to feel like the ocean is waiting at every bend. She had called me at 6:12 that evening, apologizing before I even said hello. I know it's late, she said. I really do. But the kitchen sink is backing up into the dishwasher, and now there's stuff in the downstairs shower. What kind of stuff? I asked. A pause. Paper rustled near the receiver. Brown water, some food pieces, I think. I'm sorry, that's disgusting. Disgusting keeps me employed, I said. She gave one sharp little laugh, the kind people make when they're trying not to panic in front of a stranger. By 7:04, I was parked behind her Subaru, my headlights shining across a clapboard house, painted the color of wet bone. The place had been added onto at least twice. You could see it in the roof lines, the original cape in front, a low kitchen extension on the back, then a mudroom tacked onto that like someone had run out of money and ambition at the same time. Beyond the back fence, the land fell toward a tidal creek. The tide was out, and the exposed mud held the last bruised light of the evening. The air smelled of pine needles, cold stone, and marsh rot. Lena opened the door before I knocked. She had her hair tied in a knot with a pen stuck through it, and she was wearing blue scrub pants with a gray sweatshirt that said Maine Medical Center across the chest. She looked tired in the specific way nurses look tired, upright, functional, and hollowed out behind the eyes. "Caleb," she asked. "That's me. Thank you for coming. Seriously." She stepped back to let me in, and a girl of about 12 hovered behind her in the hall with a phone in one hand and a dish towel in the other. "This is Sophie," Lena said. "Sophie Whitcomb, 12, female, my daughter. She's been helping by telling me every 30 seconds that the house is gross." Sophie did not look embarrassed. "It is gross." "Fair assessment," I said. That got almost a smile out of her. The kitchen was bright in that overcompensating way older houses get at night, when every overhead light is on and still, the corners look dim. The sink was a deep porcelain farmhouse basin, nice but cracked around the drain. A yellow sponge floated in 2 inches of gray water. Small pale scraps drifted around it, onion skin maybe, or soaked bread. The dishwasher had leaked a crescent of cloudy water across the floor, and someone had thrown towels down to stop it from reaching the hallway. Every few seconds, the sink drain made a faint tick. Tick, tick, not loud, not dramatic, just steady enough that once I noticed it, I kept noticing it. "Garbage disposal?" I asked. "No," Lena said, "I hate those. My ex used to put everything through one like it was a wood chipper. Good instinct. I do rinse plates, though. I know I probably shouldn't. Everybody does something they shouldn't." Sophie leaned against the counter. "Mom put quinoa down there yesterday." Lena closed her eyes. "Sophie." "What, you did?" I smiled and set my tool bag down. Quinoa's not usually a war crime. Lena watched me open the cabinet beneath the sink. Is this going to be expensive? There it was. The real question under most service calls. Not what's wrong, but how badly is this going to punish me for already being tired? "I'll take a look first," I said. "Could be a trap clog. Could be the branch line. If water's coming up in the shower, though, it might be farther down." Her mouth tightened. "How much farther? Let's not borrow trouble yet." I try not to say that too often. My father used to say it, and he was the kind of man who borrowed trouble, spent it, and sent the bill to everyone else. Frank Mercer was a union plumber, tough hands, bad knees, worse temper. He taught me the trade, and also taught me how small a house can feel when one person decides the air belongs to him. I don't like tight spaces because of him. That sounds too neat, but it's true. Closets, crawl spaces, utility chases, anything with a low ceiling and no clean exit. He once locked me in the basement coal room for mouthing off when I was 9. 10 minutes maybe, long enough for the dark to grow a shape. I don't tell customers that. I just make jokes and keep my flashlight charged. The trap under Lena's sink was PVC, newer than the cabinet. I set a bucket beneath it, loosened the slip nuts, and caught the expected sludge. Black-gray water poured into the bucket, carrying rice, coffee grounds, and what looked like the tiny bones from canned salmon. "Sorry," Lena said again. "You can stop apologizing. I've had worse. People say that to be polite. I once pulled a Barbie head out of a toilet at a dentist's office." Sophie perked up. Why was there a Barbie at a dentist's office? Excellent question. No one confessed. I cleaned the trap, checked the horizontal line, and found nothing that explained water backing into a shower. That meant the clog was downstream of the kitchen branch, or in the main. Not ideal, but not unusual in an old house near the water. Roots love old clay pipe. Grease loves bellies in the line. Time loves making fools of homeowners and tradesmen alike. Where's the downstairs bathroom? I asked. Lena led me through a narrow hall, past framed school photos, a wicker basket of unmatched gloves, and a corkboard crowded with appointment cards. The bathroom sat off the mudroom. It had beadboard walls, a tiny frosted window, and a shower stall with a plastic curtain printed with blue anchors. In the shower pan, water stood around the drain in a brownish puddle. Something pale clung to the strainer. At first glance, it looked like hair. Long strands, wet and tangled, caught in the little holes. People shed hair. Drains collected. Nothing more ordinary. But when I crouched and shone my light, the strands didn't shine like hair. They were dull beige gray, with tiny darker bands along their length. "Mom," Sophie said from the doorway. Lena put a hand on her shoulder. "Stay back." I reached into my bag for needle nose pliers. "Anyone here have long blonde hair?" Lena touched her dark knot. Sophie shook her head. "Previous owner?" I asked. "I bought the place 2 years ago from a retired couple. The wife had white hair, I think, but not." She stopped. The pliers closed on the tangle. I pulled gently. The strands stretched. Hair doesn't really stretch. Not like that. It gives a little, sure, then snaps or slides free. This elongated with a wet resistance, like sinew. The shower drain made a soft, sucking noise, and more of it surfaced through the strainer holes in a slow cluster. Sophie whispered, "You." I let go. The material slipped back down 1/2 inch, not falling so much as retreating with the draining water. A truck passed out on the road, tires hissing on damp pavement. Its headlights swept the bathroom window, turning the frosted glass briefly white. In that second, all 3 of us were reflected in the mirror above the sink. Lena rigid with her hand on Sophie's shoulder, Sophie's eyes wide but curious, and me crouched there with pliers in one hand, trying to arrange my face into the calm, practical expression people pay for. "Could be roots," I said. Lena looked at me in the mirror. "Roots. Fine feeder roots can get through pipe joints. They come in like hair sometimes. Inside the house, if the line runs under the slab or through the crawl space before it exits, yeah. Roots don't care about your floor plan." That was true, mostly. Roots can be pale. Roots can be stringy. Roots can clog a line so badly that wastewater backs into low fixtures. Roots do not usually stretch. Still, the human brain is a generous liar when the alternative is standing in a stranger's bathroom. And admitting something about a drain has made your hands sweat inside nitrile gloves. I checked the basement next. Lena's basement stairs were steep and painted gray, with a rope handrail on one side and exposed plaster on the other. The bulb at the bottom flickered when she pulled the chain. The space below was half basement, half crawl, with old granite foundation walls and a poured concrete patch where somebody had done work years earlier. Copper supply lines ran neat along the joists. The waste stack was cast iron from the second floor down to the slab, then switched to black ABS near a cleanout, about 3 feet above the floor. A dehumidifier hummed in the corner, full tank light blinking red. "That thing's always full," Lena said. "I empty it and it fills again overnight. Old basements do that. They They also smell like low tide. Some do. She folded her arms. You're very committed to everything being normal. I looked at her then. She had said it lightly, but not as a joke. Normal's usually what it is, I said. Usually. Behind us, Sophie called from upstairs. Can I make toast? No, Lena shouted back. Do not use water. Toast doesn't use water. Just don't touch anything. Sophie muttered something I couldn't make out. A cabinet shut. Lena rubbed both hands over her face. Sorry, she's 12. Everything is an argument or a documentary. She seems sharp. She is. Too sharp sometimes. Lena looked at the pipe. Her dad was supposed to take her this weekend. He canceled again. So now she gets to spend Friday night watching sewage rise out of a shower. I nodded like that was just conversation, but I heard the tightness in it. The frustration held on a short leash. Lena was afraid of losing control of the house, the kid, the bill, the whole careful arrangement that let her keep moving. People think fear always looks like trembling. Mostly it looks like irritation with nowhere safe to go. I knew that look. I unscrewed the cap on the basement cleanout. Pressure hissed softly behind it. I paused. That bad? Lena asked. Maybe just trapped air. I eased the cap the rest of the way. A thumb-thick stream of foul water spilled out and hit the bucket I'd placed beneath it. Mixed in were little flecks of grease, black grit, and 3 more strands of the grayish material. They hung over the lip of the pipe and trembled in the moving water. Lena stepped back. Those are roots. I don't know yet. My honesty surprised both of us. I set up the drain machine near the cleanout. It was a compact sectional unit, old but reliable, with a foot pedal and a coil of cable thick enough to chew through most residential clogs. The motor gave its familiar electric growl when I tested it. That sound usually calms me. It means process. It means there is a thing to do, and if the first thing doesn't work, there's another thing after that. I fed the cable into the cleanout. 3 feet, 6, 8. That was when the drain coughed back. The cable jerked. The cabinet slap I mentioned earlier had actually happened later, upstairs, when I checked the kitchen line again. But the first jump came here in the basement. It hit hard enough to rattle the machine on the concrete. The exposed bulb swung slightly, making the shadows of the joists move across the foundation wall. Lena said, "Was that you?" No. The dehumidifier clicked off. The basement seemed to widen around the absence of its hum. Above us, through the floorboards, Sophie's footsteps crossed the kitchen. A chair scraped. Somewhere in the wall, water ticked down a pipe in slow drops. I held the cable with both gloved hands and tried to feel what it was touching. A clog has weight. Roots grab and chatter against the blade. A collapsed pipe feels like hitting a wall. This was pressure, then release, pressure, then release, like the end of the cable was being squeezed. My throat went dry. "Do you have a septic system?" I asked. "Town sewer," Lena said. "At least that's what the listing said. There's a sewer bill. Any recent construction. Digging. Fence posts. Landscaping. No. I mean, the neighbors had work done near the road last month. Fiber internet, I think. That caught my attention. Utility work and old sewer lines are a bad combination. A bored conduit can pierce a lateral. A crushed section can collect every bit of waste until the line becomes a packed artery. And if the house sat near a tidal creek, groundwater could infiltrate through a damaged joint and bring all kinds of organic mess with it. There, a reasonable explanation. Ugly, expensive, but reasonable. What happens now? Lena asked. I can try to clear it from here. If it's roots or grease, we might get flow back tonight. If the pipe's broken, I'll recommend a camera inspection tomorrow, maybe excavation, depending where the break is. Excavation, she repeated, as if tasting a word she knew would cost money. I'm not there yet. A soft thump came from inside the pipe, not the cable, the pipe. Lena heard it. Her face changed, just a small tightening around the eyes. I withdrew the cable a foot. The motor whined. The cable twisted, then came free with a wet pop that sprayed my sleeve and the concrete. Wrapped around the cutting head was a dense wad of the grayish strands, thicker than what I'd seen in the shower. It clung to the metal in loops. Mixed into it were dark specks, a piece of red plastic, and something that looked, for 1 second under the swinging bulb, like a tiny, translucent claw. I turned the light closer. It was only a shrimp shell, probably. Sophie appeared halfway down the stairs before either of us heard her coming. Mom, Lena spun. I told you to stay upstairs. There's water in the sink again. How much? A lot. From above came a sound like a pot boiling over, then a wet slap onto tile. Stood too quickly, and my shoulder clipped a low copper line. Pain flashed down my arm. Kitchen, Sophie nodded. I grabbed the clean-out cap and screwed it back on fast, not tight enough for permanent, tight enough to stop the basement from becoming part of the problem. The cable head lay on a rag at my feet, wrapped in that fibrous mass. It shifted slightly as the cable unwound its tension. Lena saw me look at it. Can you fix it tonight? She asked. There was no blame in her voice. That made it worse. I thought about the tide outside, about the road getting dark, about the clean-out, the shower, the sink, all connected by hidden lines under the house. I thought about my camera scope in the van, the one I rarely used after dark, because inspecting a pipe properly takes patience, dry hands, and a clear head. I thought about calling it, telling Lena she needed a restoration company, a municipal sewer tech, maybe the water district in the morning. And I thought about the way that cable had been squeezed. I can keep working, I said, but I need to open the outside cleanout if you have one. If we're lucky, I can attack the clog from the yard and push it toward the main instead of back into the house. And if we're not lucky, then we stop using every fixture, shut off water to the house, and you and Sophie stay somewhere else tonight. Sophie looked from me to her mother. Like a hotel, Lena gave a humorless laugh. With what money? I didn't say anything. Tradesmen learn the shape of other people's limits. You hear it in the jokes they make when there isn't anything funny. Rain began ticking against the basement windows. Just a sprinkle at first, fine and needling. The kind that makes old gutters start whispering. I packed the drain machine with more care than I felt and carried the cable head up in a plastic bucket. In the kitchen, gray water had risen higher in the sink and spilled over the towels onto the floor. A few more pale strands floated in it, curled like vegetable peelings. Lena stood by the back door with a flashlight and her phone. There's a round cap near the fence, she said. I always thought it was sprinkler stuff, but there aren't sprinklers. That might be it. Sophie hugged herself, trying to look bored and failing. "Can I come?" "No," Lena and I said together. The girl's jaw set. "I don't want to be alone in here." That landed differently. Lena looked at the kitchen sink. The water ticked against the porcelain. The drain made one soft click, almost polite. I could open the outside cleanout and maybe solve the backup. Or I could tell them to leave now, lock the door, and wait until morning, when everything would be easier to explain to a dispatcher, an insurance company, a city crew. But leaving meant the line might keep backing up through the lowest fixture, ruining the house inch by inch. Staying meant working blind in the rain beside a tidal creek, with something in the pipe that did not behave like grease, roots, or anything else I had pulled out of a drain. Lena looked at me, not helpless, not yet, just asking which bad option was the less stupid one. I picked up my flashlight, the long flathead screwdriver I used for stubborn caps, and the bucket with the cable head still inside it. "Put boots on," I said, "both of you. Stay behind me and don't touch the water." Lena hesitated with her hand on the doorknob. Outside, the rain strengthened, pattering against the mudroom roof and the dark glass of the window. Somewhere below the kitchen floor, the pipe answered with one slow scrape. Then Lena opened the door. The rain made the backyard look flatter than it was. That sounds odd, but it's the best way I can describe it. In daylight, I'm sure Lena's yard had shape, a slope down to the fence, a little dip where the grass turned to marsh weeds, the dark line of spruce beyond the creek. At night, under the porch light and my flashlight beam, everything became one slick black sheet. Grass shone, mud shone, the puddles shone. Even the old fence posts looked wet enough to have been pulled from a river. I went first with the screwdriver in one hand and my flashlight in the other. The beam jumped every time my boots sank. Behind me, Lena followed with her phone light on, one arm out like she was keeping Sophie physically attached by force of will. Sophie had put on yellow rubber boots with cartoon frogs printed on them. They came halfway up her shins and squeaked with each step. "Stay on the stones," Lena said. "There are like 3 stones. Then stay on those 3. Sophie muttered, "This is why Dad has an apartment." Lena stopped so abruptly that Sophie bumped into her back. "Not now," Lena said. It wasn't loud. That made it sharper. I pretended to be very interested in the ground. The outside cleanout cap sat near the back fence, half hidden under wet leaves and a loop of dead grass. It was 4-inch PVC, white once, now stained green around the threads. Somebody had installed it after the original line, probably during some renovation. The top was flush, with a small concrete collar that had cracked on one side. Beyond the fence, the tidal creek moved in the dark with a quiet sucking sound. Rain stippled its surface. Somewhere farther off, a buoy bell clanged once, then again, dull and uneven. "Is that the sewer thing?" Sophie asked. "Looks like it," I said. Lena leaned over my shoulder. "Why is it so close to the marsh? Old houses get updated in weird stages. Sewer lateral probably runs from the house through here to the road. The road is the other way, right? So maybe this cap is on a bend or an access point from old work. Maybe." I glanced up. Lena caught it. She was smart enough to hear the uncertainty. and tired enough not to appreciate it. "Shouldn't there be a map?" she asked. "There might be one at the town office. At 8 o'clock on a Friday, exactly." She looked back at the house. Through the kitchen window, the light over the sink had turned the glass into a yellow square. Every few seconds, the water inside made the pipes tick under the wall. Even out in the yard, I could hear it. Or I thought I could. The time-sensitive part of the problem was simple. The line was still backing up. If the clog sat between the house and the street, every gallon already in the pipes was looking for the lowest escape. If someone flushed upstairs, if the water heater discharged, if the washer decided to run a cycle because someone had bumped the dial earlier, wastewater could come through the shower, the sink, the dishwasher seam, maybe even the basement cleanout if my cap job didn't hold. And the rain was picking up. Rain matters. A damaged sewer lateral in saturated ground can take on groundwater fast. Enough infiltration can overwhelm an already blocked line, forcing dirty water back toward the house. A broken pipe near a tidal area can do even stranger things without needing ghosts or monsters or anything that can't be explained by gravity, pressure, and bad luck. I set the bucket down. The wad of gray strands clung to the cable head inside it. Rainwater hit the mass and made it twitch as tension released from the coiled cable. Sophie saw it. "That's moving." "It's not," I said too quickly. "It just did. Cable memory. Metal twists, then untwists, make stuff shift." "Stuff," Lena repeated. I pushed the screwdriver under the lip of the cleanout cap and tried to turn it by hand first. It didn't move. I adjusted my grip and put more shoulder into it. Still nothing. "Stuck?" Lena asked. "Threads probably packed with dirt." "Of course it is." I took channel locks from my back pocket and fitted them around the square nut on top. The cap groaned, not from below, from old plastic and grit giving way. I stopped after a quarter turn. A hiss slipped out. Lena stepped back. "That's bad. That's pressure. Is pressure bad? It's information." "That is not an answer." "No," I said. "It's not good." The hiss became a faint, wet bubbling around the cap threads. Dark water welled in the crack of the concrete collar, then disappeared into the grass. The smell rose with it, stronger now. Sewer gas, grease, that bait bucket saltiness, and a chemical edge I didn't like. Lena pulled her sweatshirt sleeve over her nose. Sophie gagged and turned away. "Go inside," Lena told her. "No, Sophie," I said no. The girl's voice wobbled on the last word. She heard it and set her jaw like she hated herself for giving anything away. Lena softened for half a second. "You can stand on the porch. That's still alone. I can see you. You'll be looking at sewer water." The cleanout cap bubbled again. I tightened it back down a hair to stop the leak. Nobody needs to be right next to me for this. Lena looked at the house, then at Sophie, then at me. I could see the calculation run through her. Leave her daughter near whatever was happening inside, or keep her outside near an open sewer line in the rain. There wasn't a choice that felt like parenting. Were only risks arranged in different rooms. "Porch," Lena said. "Door open. You keep your boots on. If I say go to the car, you go to the car." Sophie started to argue, saw her mother's face, and didn't. She sloshed back toward the porch, shoulders hunched against the rain. That left Lena and me by the fence. Tell me exactly what you're doing, she said. I'm going to open this cleanout slowly. If the blockage is downstream, pressure may release here. That means dirty water could come up. How much? Could be a little, could be a lot. Define a lot. Enough that you'll want to move uphill. Her eyes cut toward the house. And if the blockage is between this cap and the house, then opening it here might let the house drain toward us. That sounds like the better option. Unless it's under pressure and shoots out. You do this for a living, usually with more daylight. A humorless laugh escaped her. The rain tapped harder on her phone screen until she tucked it in her sweatshirt pocket. I opened the van and got a face shield, a heavier pair of gloves, and the small inspection camera case. I also pulled out 2 traffic cones and set them in the yard more out of habit than usefulness. My boots slid once near the fence, and I caught myself on the post. The post moved, not much, enough. I shone the light down. Mud had washed away from the base. The fence line sagged slightly toward the marsh, and the soil around the cleanout collar had a shallow depression. Fresh, too. Rainwater pooled in it and drained through a small hole near the concrete. Lena, what? Has this ground always sunk here? She came closer, careful now. I don't know. I don't come back here much at night. During the day, I guess it's always been uneven. Uneven and sinking are different, she swallowed. How different? Before I could answer, my phone buzzed in my jacket. I checked it with the clean part of my wrist. No caller ID, just service area at the top and 1 bar. A voicemail notification appeared and vanished. Then a text from my dispatcher app came through late, though I don't have a dispatcher, just automated call forwarding. MISSED call, HARPSWELL municipal water, and sewer after HOURS. I stared at it. Lena saw my face. What? Town sewer called. Why? I don't know. Call back. I tapped the number. It rang twice, then dropped. No service. Of course, Lena said again. The house behind us made a sound like a sink filling too fast. Sophie shouted from the porch. Mom, we turned. Water had begun to creep under the mudroom door. Not much. A glossy line spreading across the threshold from inside the house toward the back steps. Lena ran. I followed, slower, because I knew what wet grass could do to a person carrying tools. She reached the door, yanked it open, and stepped back with a sharp curse as gray water slopped against her boots. Don't go in barefoot, I said. I'm not barefoot. Don't touch it with your hands. I know what sewage is, Caleb. Sophie stood on the porch bench, one hand gripping the door frame. Her face had gone pale in the porch light. It came out of the shower, she said. It made this like gulp sound, and then it's okay, Lena said. It's not okay. I know. The downstairs bathroom was now the lowest point announcing itself. Water spread from the shower stall across the little tile floor, carrying flecks of food waste, toilet paper pulp, and more of the pale strands. They collected along grout lines and curled against the baseboard. I stepped just inside and shut off the bathroom supply valves as a precaution, then moved to the kitchen and checked the sink. The basin was nearly full again. We need to stop all water use, I said. Main shut off too, just in case. No one's using water. Water heaters can discharge. Toilets can leak through flappers. Ice makers refill. Old houses find ways. Where's the shutoff? Lena asked. Basement, probably near where the service enters. She looked toward the basement door. There it was, my private little weakness, waiting exactly where the job needed me to go. The basement itself was bad enough, but the shutoff might not be in the open section. Houses like this, the water service often entered through the old foundation, tucked in the crawl where the ceiling dropped and the dirt floor narrowed under joists. I could already picture the space, damp insulation hanging like dirty laundry, spider webs, old mouse traps, my shoulders scraping wood if I turned wrong. No clean exit. I felt that old coal room pressure at the back of my ribs. Lena said, "You okay?" "Fine. You don't look fine." I'm thinking. "You look like you're trying not to throw up." "I'm a plumber. That would be terrible branding." She almost smiled. Almost. We went down to the basement. The smell was stronger there now. The cap I'd tightened had begun to seep around the threads, small beads gathering and dropping into the bucket beneath. The bulb overhead flickered once, then steadied. I found the water line along the front wall. Copper came in low from the foundation, then vanished behind a stack of old storage bins and a rolled-up rug. The main shutoff was not visible. "Move these," Lena asked. "Careful, keep gloves on if you have them." She ran upstairs and came back with yellow dishwashing gloves, then began dragging bins aside. Christmas ornaments, old textbooks, a box labeled Marquess Office in black marker. She shoved that one harder than the others. The rolled rug was damp at one end. When I lifted it, a dozen pill bugs scattered across the concrete. The shutoff valve was behind it, green with corrosion, tucked below a joist. I reached for it, twisted. It didn't move. "Seriously," Lena said. "Old gate valve might be seized. You can force it. I can break it, so don't. That's the goal." I sprayed penetrating oil from my bag and waited, counting seconds under my breath, because counting is what I do when tight spaces start to press in. The basement seemed lower than before. Rainwater pattered against the small window. Above us, Sophie paced across the kitchen and back. Each footstep translated through the joists into a soft, anxious thud. The phone in Lena's pocket rang. She startled and nearly dropped it. "Unknown number." "Answer." She put it on speaker. "Hello." A man's voice crackled through, broken by static. "Mrs. Whitcomb, this is Paul Danner, Harpswell Water and Sewer After Hours." Lena looked at me. "Yes, we got an alarm from the lift station off Basin Point Road. Are you experiencing any sewer backup?" "Yes," she said. "Very much yes." "Okay, don't run any water. Avoid contact with contaminated water. We've got a crew delayed by a road washout," but the call cut into a buzz, then came back. "Need to ask if you have any contractors on site." Lena held the phone closer. "A plumber, Caleb Mercer." A pause. "Is he opening exterior cleanouts?" I leaned toward the phone. "This is Caleb." I cracked the cap, but tightened it back. "There's pressure." "Do not open that line fully," Paul said. The basement seemed to contract around those words. "Why?" I asked. "We're seeing reverse pressure in that section. Heavy inflow, possible obstruction near the main. If your lateral's compromised, opening a yard cleanout could discharge contaminated water or destabilize surrounding soil." "Destabilize how much?" Static chewed at his answer. "Paul," Lena said. "Paul." His voice returned in fragments. Old drainage ditch behind properties. Some laterals undocumented keep occupants out. If water rises, crew ETA maybe 90 minutes, maybe more, 90 minutes, Lena said. The call dropped. No service. For a few seconds, none of us spoke. Then the basement cleanout cap burped. A small jet of water sprayed sideways, hit the bucket rim, and spattered the concrete. Lena jumped back. I grabbed a wrench and tightened the cap another fraction, but the threads were already wet and gritty. It held, though not confidently. 90 minutes, Lena said. The house will be full by then. Maybe not full. Don't manage me. I'm not. You are. You keep saying things that sound less bad than what's happening. That stung because it was true. Above us, Sophie called. Mom, the lights flickered. The bulb over our heads answered by dimming to a dull orange and then brightening again. Lena whispered, no. The rain had become a hard, steady drumming now, gutters pouring. If the power went, we would lose light. Maybe the sump if she had one, maybe heat, maybe phone charging. The dehumidifier was useless. But a sump pump could mean the difference between a wet basement and a contaminated basement if groundwater started coming in. Do you have a sump? I asked. I don't know. Pit in the floor, pump. Usually near a corner, we searched. Behind the furnace, under a plywood cover weighed down with paint cans, we found it. A sump pit half full of water and actively rising. The pump cord ran to an outlet on the joist. It clicked on while we watched, hummed, then stopped after 2 seconds with a strained buzz. The water in the pit did not drop. That's bad, right? Lena asked. Yes. I crouched and lifted the float by hand. The pump buzzed again, but didn't move water, jammed, burned, or clogged. Another time-sensitive problem, layered neatly on top of the first one like the house had decided to become a training manual for disasters. If the sump fails, I said, groundwater comes up. If sewer backs up, wastewater comes out. If both happen together, we need you out of here. We can sit in the car. Good. My car is blocked by your van. I'll move it. I reached for my keys. They weren't in my jacket pocket. For one dumb second, I patted the same pocket 3 times, as if the keys might appear out of embarrassment. Then I remembered setting them on the kitchen counter when I'd washed my gloves earlier. Before I could say it, Sophie screamed. Not a horror movie scream. A short, furious, terrified sound. Lena bolted upstairs. I followed. Sophie stood on the kitchen island, one frog-booted foot in a fruit bowl, pointing toward the back hallway. The water on the floor had spread into the kitchen now, thin but moving. From the downstairs bathroom came a thicker surge, accompanied by a wet, dragging noise. A clump of gray strands had pushed up through the shower drain and slumped over the lip of the stall. Longer this time, heavier. It was tangled around something red. Not plastic scrap now. A strip of material, maybe cloth, maybe rubber, with black printed letters partly visible under the muck. Lena started toward it. I caught her arm. Don't. That's from my house. Maybe. I've never seen it. Then definitely don't touch it. She pulled free, angry because fear needed somewhere to go. My daughter is standing on the counter, Caleb. I know. Then stop talking like a manual and do something. The power went out. The kitchen vanished, except for the smear of rain on the windows and the pale glow of Sophie's phone flashlight bouncing wildly off the ceiling. A second later, My own flashlight clicked on in my hand. Lena's breath came fast beside me. In the dark, the house made all its small, wet noises louder. Drip from the sink, tick in the wall, water spreading under cabinets. And from the bathroom, a slow sliding sound as the wad at the drain shifted with another push from below. I found my keys on the counter by touch, slick where mist or wastewater had reached them. I wiped them on my shirt. "We're getting to the car," I said. "Now, my purse," Lena said. "Leave it. My wallet, medications, leave it." She looked at Sophie, then nodded. We moved toward the mudroom. I went first, testing each step, because contaminated water hides everything: broken glass, loose nails, floor vents, electrical cords. My flashlight hit the back door window. Outside, my van's headlights were off. But through the rain, beyond the fence, another light moved near the marsh. Small, white, bobbing, a flashlight. Lena saw it too. "Is that the sewer crew? Too soon." The light stopped near the outside cleanout. Then it dipped as if someone crouched beside it. I slapped the mudroom light switch out of habit. Nothing. I tried to see through the rain-streaked glass. A dark figure stood by the fence, hood up, one hand near the cleanout cap. "Hey," I shouted through the door. The figure turned its head toward the house. Sophie whispered from behind us, "Who is that?" I didn't answer, because I didn't know. The figure bent again. Metal scraped faintly across plastic. They were opening the cap. The stranger at the fence didn't stop when I shouted. He had both hands on the cleanout cap now, shoulders hunched under a dark rain jacket. The hood pulled so low I couldn't see his face. My flashlight beam hit him through the mudroom glass and broke into pieces on the water running down the pane. He looked less like a person than a smudge that had learned how to move. "Hey," I yelled again. "Get away from that." He turned the cap another quarter rotation. The hiss reached us even through the door. Lena grabbed Sophie by the sleeve and dragged her back from the mudroom threshold. "Who is he?" "I don't know." "Is he with you?" "No." "Then why is he touching my sewer line?" There were a lot of good questions that night. Almost none of them had answers. The layout of the house mattered then, and I had to think of it like a diagram, instead of a place where a child was crying on the kitchen island. The mudroom door opened onto 3 wooden steps. Those steps dropped to the small stone path across the backyard. The outside cleanout sat about 30 feet away, near the sagging fence, just before the ground sloped down toward the tidal creek. My van was parked on the gravel drive along the side of the house, blocking Lena's Subaru nose first near the kitchen windows. The basement stairs were off the hallway behind us. The flooded bathroom was between the mudroom and kitchen. Every root was short. Every root was wet. The stranger crouched lower. Metal scraped again. "He's going to open it," Lena said. I handed Sophie my flashlight. "Keep that pointed at the floor, not your eyes. Stay on the island until I say move." Her hands shook around it. "You're going outside. I'm going to stop him." "That sounds like a bad idea." "It is." Lena stepped in front of me. "No, we go to the car. If he opens that cap with reverse pressure in the line, the yard could turn into a fountain. If the ground gives, he could go into the ditch or break the lateral worse. We may not get to the car." "You said don't touch it. You said don't go near it. I'm amending that." "Caleb." I looked at her, and for a second the argument thinned out. She wasn't just afraid of the water anymore. She was afraid of being the adult who chose wrong. I knew that kind of fear. It makes simple instructions feel like traps. "I'll stay uphill of it," I said. "I'll make him back off." "And if he does?" The hiss outside sharpened. I didn't answer. I shoved my keys into my front pocket, pushed the mudroom door open, and stepped into the rain. The first attempt was stupid because it was simple. Tell the man to stop. I took the back steps fast, one hand on the railing. My boots splashed into the grass. The rain hit my face shield so hard it made a constant plastic ticking against my forehead. The stranger didn't look at me until I was halfway across the yard. "Leave the cap alone," I shouted. He flinched. That gave me hope for about half a second. People doing something malicious don't usually flinch like guilty kids. He turned, and my flashlight caught part of his face under the hood. White male, maybe mid-50s, gray stubble, cheeks shiny with rain. His eyes looked panicked, not drunk, not blank, not theatrical, panicked. "This your house?" I asked. He shook his head. "It's in my line too." "What? My basement coming up," I thought. He glanced at the cleanout. "I thought if I opened this, it would drain here." "Jesus, no, tighten it back." "I can't, it's spraying." The cap was tilted in the threads. Dark water bubbled around one side, foaming into the cracked concrete collar. The smell hit me thick enough to taste. I moved closer, staying slightly uphill, and saw he'd cross-threaded it while trying to open it in the dark. "Back up," I said. "My wife is at home," he said. "She's got oxygen. The floor's wet near the cords." That stopped me. "What's your name?" "Jerry Lasco. 56, male." He said it like he was answering a cop, then blinked, as if he'd heard how strange that sounded. "I live 2 houses over. Gray Ranch. I saw your lights." Jerry Lasco, 56, male, was a neighbor from down the road, soaked through in a black rain jacket and jeans tucked badly into work boots. He had the raw, hollow look of a man who had spent the last hour discovering that his house, his plans, and his confidence had all been built on softer ground than he thought. He wasn't a threat in the way I'd feared. He was worse in a more ordinary way, scared, improvising, and wrong. "I need you to step away," I said. "I need it to drain." "It won't. Reverse pressure means it comes out, not in." "How do you know?" "Because it is currently coming out." The cap burped. A fist-sized pulse of wastewater slapped onto the grass between us. Jerry stumbled back and nearly fell. I knelt, bracing one boot on the concrete collar, and tried to seat the cap. The threads were gritty and slick. I turned clockwise. It caught, slipped, caught again. My gloves were wet inside now, cold water running down my sleeves. Behind me, Lena shouted from the porch, but the rain swallowed the words. The cap seated halfway. Then something thudded in the pipe below. The cleanout kicked under my hand. I lost my grip. The cap spun loose one full turn, and a jet of foul water shot sideways across the grass. Not high, not cinematic, but forceful enough to knock my wrist back and spatter my face shield. Jerry swore. I shoved the cap down hard, using my body weight, and cranked it with both hands until it finally grabbed. It held, barely. That was a partial success, not a solution. We stopped the neighbor from opening the line, but now we knew the backup wasn't just Lena's house. The municipal main was involved, or at least multiple laterals were sharing the same obstruction. The trap was wider than one clogged kitchen drain. Jerry wiped rain from his face. What do I do? Shut off water. Stay away from contaminated water. If cords are wet, kill power at the breaker only if you can reach it dry. She can't walk without the concentrator. Call 911. I tried. It rang and rang. Lena reached us then, despite what I'd told her. She had Sophie's phone in one hand, its flashlight on, and a towel wrapped around her mouth like a mask. Sophie stood on the porch behind her, hugging herself and watching the yard. Harpswell EMS is volunteer, Lena said to Jerry, voice tight but professional. Try again. Tell them oxygen-dependent adult, electrical hazard, sewage backup. Use those words. Jerry nodded, fumbling with his phone. The ground under my right boot shifted. Not collapsed, shifted. A soft downward settle, like stepping on a rotten pumpkin hidden in grass. I pulled back fast. Everyone moved toward the house, I said. Lena heard the change in my voice and obeyed. Jerry didn't. He was staring at his phone, one bar flashing in and out. Jerry, I snapped. Now he moved. Behind us, the cleanout collar made a small cracking sound. Not loud, just enough. We got back onto the porch as the grass around the cap sagged another inch. Rainwater drained toward it in thin black lines. The cleanout still held, but the ground didn't look like ground anymore. It looked like a lid. Inside, Sophie had climbed down from the island and stood on one of the kitchen chairs, which she had dragged into the driest corner. Can we leave now? Yes, Lena said. I said it at the same time. We try. That was the second attempt. Get them into Lena's Subaru by moving my van. Simple again. Everything that night looked simple until you put your hand on it. I went out the side door toward the gravel drive, moving along the narrow strip between the house and a row of dripping cedar shrubs. My van sat behind Lena's Subaru, angled slightly because I'd parked fast when I arrived. The driveway sloped down toward the road, but the road itself was maybe 100 feet away through a tunnel of trees. No streetlights, just rain and the occasional white blink of my hazard cones still standing uselessly in the backyard. Lena and Sophie followed under the eave, with Jerry trailing because his own house was down the road and his wife was still there. Nobody wanted to be the person left alone. I unlocked the van. The interior light came on weak and yellow. For one ridiculous second, seeing the coffee cups, invoices, and roll of blue shop towels made the whole situation feel like a job again. A bad one, but still a job. Then I turned the key. The engine clicked once. Nothing. I tried again. Click, no crank. Lena stared at me through the rain. You're kidding. I wish. Your van is blocking my car. I'm aware. Why won't it start? Battery maybe, starter. Loose terminal. Can you fix it? I can try. Sophie laughed once, high and brittle. Great, cool, perfect. I popped the hood. Rain immediately began dripping into the engine bay. I found the battery with my flashlight, checked the terminals. The negative cable had corrosion around the clamp, but it wasn't loose. I jiggled it anyway because men like me have been trained by the universe to jiggle things when we are out of ideas. Jerry said, I've got jumper cables. In your truck, at my house. Nobody spoke. From the backyard came another muffled crack. Lena turned toward it. "Stay here," I said. "I am so tired of being told to stay." "I know. No, you don't. My house is flooding. My daughter is standing in sewage water. There's a stranger in my yard. The power is out. And every time I ask you a question, you give me the version that keeps me from screaming." That one landed clean. Sophie said, softer, "Mom." Lena pressed both hands to her face. "I'm sorry." "No," I said. "You're right." She dropped her hands. "I am scared," I said. The words came out harder than I expected. "Not of the drain, not exactly. I don't like tight spaces. Basements, crawl spaces. I get through it because that's the job. But I am not calm right now. I'm doing steps because steps are what I have." Rain ran off the raised hood between us. Lena looked toward the house. "Then give me the next step. Neutral. We pushed the van enough to clear your car." The driveway gravel was wet and rutted, but it was downhill toward the road. I climbed in, set the van to neutral, and took off the parking brake. Lena and Jerry pushed from the front corner while I steered through the open door, 1 foot out to brake. The van rolled 2 feet, then stopped with a dull crunch. The rear tire had sunk into the edge of the gravel, where rainwater had undermined the shoulder near the drainage ditch. Again, I called. They pushed. Tire spun in mud though the engine was off, just the wheels sliding under weight. The van shifted sideways, closer to Lena's Subaru instead of away from it. "Stop," I said, too late. The rear bumper kissed the Subaru's front grille with a plastic pop. Lena closed her eyes. "I'm sorry," Jerry said, though it wasn't his fault. We had cleared maybe 8 inches. Not enough. I tried the engine again. Click. Nothing. Second attempt failed. The van blocked the car, and now the driveway itself was getting soft. New fact, the ground wasn't only failing near the backyard cleanout. Water was moving under the property, finding ditches, voids, old trenches, anything loose enough to surrender. The misdirection came right after that. Sophie screamed from inside the house, not the short sound from before. This one tore through the rain. Lena ran for the door so fast she slipped on the wet step and slammed her knee into the frame. She cried out, but kept moving. I followed, grabbing her elbow to keep her upright. Jerry came behind us, breathing hard. Sophie was in the kitchen, standing on the chair again, pointing toward the hallway ceiling. "There's someone upstairs," she said. Above us, from the 2nd floor, came 3 slow knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Lena froze. "You said your ex canceled," I whispered. "He did. Anyone else have a key?" "No." The knocks came again, followed by a dragging sound across the upstairs floor. All the practical explanations lined up and then fell over. A burglar, a squatter, Jerry's unknown accomplice, someone moving through the house while we'd been outside. My mind grabbed at every human possibility, each worse than the last, because it meant we had been focused on the wrong danger. I picked up the flathead screwdriver from the counter. It was not a weapon. It felt like one. "Stay behind me," I said. Lena grabbed a kitchen knife from the block. Not a chance. We moved to the bottom of the stairs. The upstairs hall was dark. My flashlight beam climbed the wall, caught framed photographs, a smoke detector, the edge of a laundry basket overturned on the landing. Then another knock. This time I saw the source. Water dripped from the ceiling near the top stair, hitting the wooden banister cap. 3 fat drops in sequence. Knock, knock, knock. Above it, something shifted in the wall with a long scrape. Not footsteps. Pipes. The upstairs bathroom, likely tied into the same waste stack, was backing up too. The dragging sound was water moving through the wall cavity or under the tub, pulling air through a partially blocked vent. Sophie began to cry, angry and embarrassed. I thought it sounded like someone, Lena said quickly. I heard it too. The explanation helped. It also didn't. A person upstairs would have been one kind of problem. Sewage reaching the second floor was another. The system wasn't just backing up at the lowest fixture anymore. Pressure was moving through branches and vents. That meant the obstruction and reverse pressure were worsening. My phone buzzed again, startling me so badly I nearly dropped the screwdriver. A voicemail had downloaded from earlier. Harpswell Water and Sewer. I played it on speaker. Paul Danner's recorded voice was clearer than the live call had been. Caleb Mercer, this is Paul Danner with Water and Sewer. If you're at the Whitcomb property, do not access the rear cleanout. We have records showing an abandoned storm culvert crossing behind those lots. Heavy rain may have exposed or undermined sewer laterals. Also, we had a contractor report missing drain cleaning material from a job last week, root control cable, fibrous retrieval packing. Some of it may have entered the system. It can snag and move under pressure. Call me back when you get this. The message ended. Nobody moved. Fibrous retrieval packing. Something that could look like hair. Something synthetic or treated. Something used in sewer work and lost into a line. That explained part of it. Maybe all of it. The gray strands weren't alive. They were industrial material, swollen with waste, moving because water pressure moved them. The red strip could be labeling from a contractor's line or equipment tag. It should have made me feel better. Instead, it meant a contractor had lost material into the sewer system recently. The town knew about it, and somehow that material was now jammed in or near Lena's lateral, while the rain drove pressure backward through the neighborhood. Lena's voice was flat. They knew, maybe not that it was here. They knew something was in the system. Yes, Jerry said, my wife. We all looked at him. He held up his phone. No answer. It rang, then nothing. Lena wiped rain and sweat from her forehead. Her knee had started bleeding through her scrub pants where she'd hit the doorframe. We need to get to her. We need to get Sophie out first, I said. My wife can't breathe without power, Jerry said. And we don't have a working vehicle. There's the road. Lena looked through the kitchen window at the driveway. Beyond the van and Subaru, the gravel ran down toward the dark road. Water crossed it in sheets now. How far to your house? She asked Jerry. 2 houses, maybe 300 yards. In this rain. She has oxygen tanks in the closet, he said. Portable ones. She can switch if I get to her. His voice cracked on if. That was the trap tightening around us. Lena couldn't leave Sophie alone. Jerry couldn't abandon his wife. I couldn't move the van. And the house was becoming less safe by the minute. The municipal crew was delayed. Emergency calls were unreliable. The sewer system was under reverse pressure. The ground near the cleanout was failing. The sump was dead. Power was out. Steps. I needed steps. Lena, I said, get Sophie onto the front porch, not the back. The front is higher and closer to the road. We're out of water. The front door sticks. Force it if you have to. Where are you going? To the van. It doesn't start. My camera, headlamp, and tow strap are in there. Maybe the strap can help us shift it. Maybe I can see if the road's passable. And Jerry, I'll go with him after I get gear. Jerry shook his head. I'm going now. No, you're not. My wife. You run blind down that road and fall into a washout. She's still alone, and now we have 2 emergencies. He hated me for it. Could see that. I didn't blame him. We moved. The front of Lena's house faced the narrow road through a short, sloped yard with 2 maples and a mailbox shaped like a lighthouse. The porch there was only 3 boards deep, but it stood higher than the mudroom. Lena yanked the swollen front door until it opened with a scream of old paint. Sophie stepped onto the porch clutching her phone and a backpack she must have grabbed without anyone noticing. What's in the bag? Lena asked. Chargers, socks, your medicine, granola bars. Lena stared at her daughter, then pulled her into a hard one-armed hug. Sophie let her for 2 seconds. Then the ground shook. Not like an earthquake, like something heavy had dropped nearby. From the backyard came a deep, wet collapse. We all ran to the side of the porch and looked around the corner. The area around the rear cleanout had sunk. The fence leaned toward the marsh, 2 posts tilted at drunken angles. Where the concrete collar had been, there was now a dark, irregular hole roughly the size of a kiddie pool, swallowing rainwater and belching sewer stink. The cleanout pipe jutted from one edge at a crooked angle, cap still attached, but no longer sealed to anything stable. In the same moment, my van shifted. The rear tire, already sunk in the driveway edge, dropped another few inches as the ditch beside the gravel slumped. The van tilted toward Lena's Subaru, metal groaning softly. The path to her car narrowed to nothing. Then, from inside the house, the basement door banged open. Water pushed up the stairs, not flowing down. Up, a dirty surge rolled into the hallway, carrying gray strands, bits of insulation, and a plastic bottle cap spinning fast in the flashlight beam. Lena whispered, "The basement." I knew what it meant before my mind wanted to say it. The basement cleanout had failed, or the groundwater had overtopped the sump pit, or both. The lower level was no longer a place we could use. The backyard was collapsing. The driveway was blocked and unstable. The road might be reachable on foot, but Jerry's wife was trapped in the opposite direction, downhill, past the failing sewer line. Then my van's alarm chirped once, weakly, as if the dying battery had found one last complaint. The vehicle slid another inch toward the ditch. Inside it, locked in the rear compartment, were my headlamp, camera scope, tow strap, respirator, and the long-handled hook I used for pulling debris from drains. The tools we needed were still reachable, but only if someone crossed the sinking driveway before the van went over or pinned the Subaru completely. Sophie said, very quietly, "We can't leave, can we?" No one answered. The rain hammered the porch roof. The backyard hole swallowed water with a steady throat like gulp. Down the road, from the direction of Jerry's house, a faint alarm began to beep. Oxygen concentrator, battery backup, smoke detector, medical device. I didn't know. Jerry did. He stepped off the porch into the rain, This time, none of us could stop him without following. Jerry stepped off the porch like gravity had made the decision for him. "Jerry," Lena shouted. He didn't turn. The rain swallowed him in 3 strides. His flashlight beam bounced low across the road, frantic and white, catching the wet mailbox, the ditch water, the slumped shoulder where my van leaned like a tired animal. He was aiming for the road and the gray ranch 2 houses down, where that faint alarm kept beeping through the weather. Beep, beep, beep. Not loud, not close, but steady enough to cut through the rain. I went after him because there wasn't a version of the next 5 minutes where I stayed dry and safe and still got to call myself useful. "Caleb," Lena called. "Front porch," I yelled back. "Keep Sophie there. She's not staying if you both go." I looked over my shoulder. Sophie stood beside her mother, backpack straps over both shoulders, face white in the spill of her phone light. Lena's knee had bled down into one sock, a thin dark line washed pale by rain. The front door behind them stood open. Inside, the hallway floor reflected the moving water coming up from the basement. There was no good place left to put them. "Then stay on the high side of the road," I said. "No ditches, no grass, pavement only." The first real problem was my van. It blocked half the driveway and had tilted farther toward the ditch, rear axle sunk in muddy gravel. If it slid another foot, it would pin Lena's Subaru against the shrubs and maybe tear open whatever soft ground was underneath. Inside the van were the things that turned panic into options: headlamp, respirator, tow strap, long-handled hook, camera scope. I couldn't reach Jerry's wife, help Lena's house, or move safely near the collapse without at least some of them. So I stopped chasing Jerry and ran to the van. He heard me stop and turned. "What are you doing? Tools." "My wife, I know." He took one step toward me, torn so violently between 2 directions that he looked like he might come apart right there in the road. Then the alarm from his house beeped again. He turned and kept going. The van rocked when I climbed onto the running board. Mud sucked at the rear tire. The whole vehicle gave a long metal creak, and for a second I pictured it tipping into the ditch with me hanging from the side like an idiot in a training video. "Easy," I whispered, though vehicles don't care about encouragement. My keys shook in my hand. I dropped them once. They hit the running board, skittered, and stopped at the lip. I grabbed them before they fell into the muddy water below. Small things become enormous when you are afraid. The rear doors opened with a wet pop. Everything inside had shifted toward the downhill side. Cable cases, buckets, a box of fittings, the camera case wedged under a coil of hose. I hooked one foot against the bumper and leaned in. My shoulder screamed where I'd hit the copper line earlier. The smell from my gloves rose every time I moved. I got the headlamp first, then the respirator, then the long-handled hook. The tow strap was buried. "Caleb," Lena shouted from the road. I twisted around. She and Sophie had left the porch and were on the pavement now, moving carefully along the crown of the road. The road sloped gently toward Jerry's house, with drainage ditches on both sides swollen black by runoff. To the left was Lena's front yard and house. To the right, more trees and the low ground leading behind the houses toward the creek. Jerry was maybe 60 yards ahead, limping now, one hand out for balance. Behind Lena's house, something cracked again. Deep, wet. The van shifted under me. I grabbed the tow strap and threw it onto the driveway. The strap uncoiled like a dead snake in the rain. I dropped down after it, slipped, and landed hard on one knee. Pain burst up my thigh. Gravel cut through my work pants. For 2 seconds, all I could do was breathe through my teeth. Then Sophie yelled, "The van!" I rolled away. The rear wheel dropped. The van slid sideways into the ditch with a slow, ugly groan, not fast, not dramatic, just heavy and unstoppable. The open rear door swung and slammed against the side panel. Mud and water surged around the tire. The front bumper pushed harder into Lena's Subaru, crumpling the grille with a plastic crack. I had gotten out with the tools. The cost was the vehicles. "Everybody off the driveway," I shouted. No one argued. We moved down the middle of the road after Jerry. The pavement was slick beneath the rain, but it held. That mattered. The yards didn't. On either side, water sheeted through grass toward the ditches. Somewhere under that ground were laterals, trenches, old culverts, the hidden plumbing of a neighborhood that had been pretending to be solid for years. Jerry's house was the second one from Lena's, a gray ranch with a low roof and a ramp leading to the front door. A generator sat under a little plastic shelter near the side wall, but it was silent. The porch light was out. The only illumination came from Jerry's flashlight beam jerking across the siding and the red blink of an alarm in a front window. He reached the ramp and slipped, catching himself on the rail. "Marie," he shouted. Marie Lasco, 58 female, appeared as a shadow behind the storm door before we reached him. She was small, wearing a pink robe over pajamas, one hand gripping a portable oxygen tank by the handle, the clear tube hooked under her nose. Her other hand pressed to the glass. Jerry pulled the door open. "Thank God. The concentrator died," she said. Her voice was thin, breathy, but controlled in the way people with chronic illness learn to be controlled because panic wastes air. "Basement's flooding. Breaker box is down there. I didn't go." "Good," I said. She looked at me. "You the plumber, unfortunately." That got the smallest smile from her, gone immediately. Inside Jerry's house, the smell was worse than Lena's. Warmer. The ranch sat lower, closer to the drainage ditch. Water had already crept across the front hall from the basement door, and it carried the same gray strands in loose clumps, along with black grit and bits of fibrous packing that looked, in the headlamp beam, almost like animal fur. Marie coughed once. Jerry moved toward her, but she lifted a hand. "Don't hover. Get the tank from the bedroom closet, the green one." He went. Lena helped Marie step onto the porch, then onto the ramp. Sophie opened her backpack and pulled out a folded pair of socks like she'd packed for a disaster she didn't believe could happen. "Your feet are wet," Sophie said to Marie. Marie looked down, surprised to find herself standing in soaked slippers. "Well, that's annoying." Sophie held out the socks. "Keep those, honey. Take them." Marie took them. That short lull should have helped. It didn't. It just gave the next sound room to arrive. From beneath Jerry's front yard came a thud. Then another. A section of grass near the ditch puffed upward, as if air had burped beneath it. Brown water bubbled through. I turned my headlamp toward it. The drainage ditch between Jerry's yard and the road was no longer just rainwater. It was carrying sewer water too, gray-brown and foamy, with long streamers of the fibrous material snagging on weeds. The abandoned storm culvert had become a path of least resistance. Pressure from the sewer main was pushing through damaged laterals, into the old culvert, then into yards and basements. The central threat wasn't the hair. It was infrastructure failure. The hair was the plug, the net, the thing catching grease and wipes and roots until pressure found every weak seam. Jerry came back with the green oxygen tank. "We need to leave." "We can't take the ditch side," I said. "The road, maybe." A new noise rose from behind us in the direction of Lena's house. A heavy rush, like someone dumping a bathtub through a wall. Lena turned. Her house was dark except for our moving lights. Water was now coming out through the open front door, down the steps in a dirty sheet. "Oh," she said, "just that." Oh, the word carried everything in it. The mortgage, the towels, the photos, Sophie's school papers on the corkboard, the box labeled Marquez office. Every small thing that made a house more than lumber. Sophie gripped her hand. I could have said the restoration company might save some of it. I could have said flooring can be replaced. I could have said anything people say when the damage is already done and they want to sound kind. I didn't. Marie's tank hissed softly as she adjusted the regulator. Where do we go? The road toward the main intersection dipped between Jerry's house and the next property. That dip was already under several inches of moving water. The road back toward Lena's house was higher, but the driveway collapse and backyard sinkhole were spreading toward that side. We had maybe one passable route: stay on the crown of the road, go uphill past Lena's house, and reach the slightly higher bend near the old church half a mile back. From there, maybe we'd get cell service. Maybe a neighbor's truck. Maybe nothing. Then Paul Danner's truck appeared. Not a rescue. Not yet. Headlights cut through the rain from the uphill bend, slow and bouncing. An amber roof light flashed weakly. The truck stopped about 100 yards away, unable or unwilling to come closer. A figure stepped out with a high visibility jacket and a handheld spotlight. Paul Danner, late 40s male, was broad-shouldered and soaked before he even closed his truck door. His voice carried through the rain. "Stay on the road. Do not enter the yards. We've got an oxygen patient." Lena shouted. "I see you. Come uphill." Jerry started forward with Marie. The ditch between Jerry's ramp and the road surged. Water undercut the edge of the asphalt with a sudden bite. A strip of pavement cracked and dropped into the ditch between us and the uphill route. Not wide, maybe 3 feet, but it exposed black water underneath, moving fast through the culvert void. Marie stopped. "I can't step that." Jerry looked at me. "Carry her." "No," Marie said sharply. "Honey, no, you'll fall." She was right. Jerry was exhausted, shaking, one bad step from dragging both of them into contaminated runoff. Lena's knee was bleeding and stiff. Sophie was 12. Paul was too far away to reach us without crossing the same break from the other side. I looked at the tow strap in my hand. "Paul," I shouted, "can you anchor a strap?" He lifted one arm. "To my truck." I threw one end of the strap toward him. It fell short by 20 feet. Damn it. The rain slapped my face shield. My hands were numb. The hook. I still had the long-handled hook. I tied the strap to the hook with a knot ugly enough to embarrass anyone who owns a boat, then swung it once, twice, and through. The hook skidded across the broken asphalt and stopped near Paul's boots. He grabbed it, ran the strap to the front toe point of his truck, and pulled it tight. "Hold this," I told Jerry, passing him the strap on our side. "Not around your hand, grip it. If you fall, let go." He nodded. We made a hand line across the broken section. Paul on one side, the truck behind him. Me at the edge, Jerry behind Marie, Lena behind Sophie. "Marie first," I said. Marie looked at the gap. The portable tank hissed. Her slippers were gone now, replaced by Sophie's dry socks already soaking through. "I hate this," she said. "Reasonable," I said. She gripped the strap with both hands and stepped. Her first foot landed on the far edge. The second slipped. For one clipped moment, everything narrowed to her hand, sliding on the wet strap. Jerry shouted. I lunged and caught the back of her robe. My bad shoulder flared white hot. Paul yanked the strap tight. Marie's knee hit the asphalt on the far side, but she stayed out of the water. Cost paid. Skin off her knee. My shoulder worse. Jerry sobbing once, ashamed of the sound. "Move," Paul shouted. "Keep moving." Sophie next. She did it fast, too fast, but Lena held the back of her backpack, and I steadied her elbow. She jumped the gap and stumbled into Paul, who set her upright like she weighed nothing. Lena tried to go next. Her injured knee buckled at the edge. She made a small sound through clenched teeth and grabbed the strap. I caught her waist. "I'm fine," she said. "You're not." I said, "I'm fine. Use my shoulder. You just hurt it. Use the other one." She leaned on me. We crossed together, one awkward step, then another. Her weight hit me hard when her knee failed again, but Paul reached out and took her before we both went down. That left Jerry and me. The road behind us gave another crack. Jerry turned toward his house. "Don't," I said. "My wedding album." "No, my wife's pictures, her mother's rings." "Jerry." He stared at the dark front door of his ranch. The water inside had risen enough to reflect the red alarm blink in long, broken lines. It was the look people get before they make a terrible, understandable choice. Marie saw it from Paul's side. "Gerald Lasco, if you go back in there, I will divorce you from the emergency shelter." He laughed, a wet, broken laugh that folded into a cough. "You would. I absolutely would." That saved him more than anything, I said. He crossed, slow, clumsy, safe. I was last. I took one step onto the cracked edge, strap in my left hand, hook in my right. The edge failed. Right leg dropped to the thigh into the void. Cold, contaminated water clamped around me. Not a current strong enough to sweep me away, but strong enough to pull at my boot and fill it instantly. Pain stabbed my knee where gravel had already cut it. The fibrous strands wrapped around my ankle like wet rope. I heard Sophie scream my name. I jammed the hook across the pavement and caught the far lip. My shoulder almost gave. Paul leaned back against the anchored strap and shouted something I couldn't hear. The strands tightened. For a 6-second, it felt exactly like a hand. Then my headlamp beam dropped onto the thing around my leg, and I saw it clearly, gray synthetic packing, swollen and braided with wipes, roots, and grease. Wrapped into it was the red strip. This close, I could read the black letters. Danger, retrieval line, do not cut. Contractor equipment. Lost in the municipal sewer. The thing I'd pulled out of Lena's drain wasn't hair. It was a man-made net, and the broken system had dragged it through every weak point until it found us. I could not pull my boot free. "Cut it," Lena shouted. I had no knife. Sophie did. She ripped open her backpack and pulled out a small orange-handled utility cutter. "For school projects," she yelled, as if anyone had asked. "Throw it," I shouted. She threw it badly. It hit the road, bounced, and slid toward the broken edge. Lena dropped to one knee despite the pain and slapped her hand over it before it went into the water. She shoved it toward Paul, who kicked it across to me. I caught it with 2 fingers. The cutter was tiny, cheap. The blade came out 1/2 an inch. It was enough. I sawed at the gray strands around my ankle. They resisted, fibrous and slick, then parted one by one. My glove slipped. The blade nicked the back of my hand. I kept cutting. The road shifted again. "Now," Paul yelled. The last strand snapped. I hauled my leg up, lost my boot to the void, and rolled onto the far side as the section of road behind me crumbled into the ditch with a wet clap. Water surged through the new opening, carrying the red labeled strip away into the dark culvert. For several seconds, I just lay on the asphalt with rain hitting my face shield, one boot on, one socked foot exposed, my shoulder blazing, my hand bleeding. Sewer water soaked up to my hip. Conflict resolved, one way or another, is rarely clean. Paul got us to his truck, but he didn't drive us over the damaged road. He backed uphill slowly, everyone packed into the cab and bed under emergency blankets from his kit. Marie sat in front with the oxygen tank between her knees. Sophie sat on Lena's lap despite being too old for it and didn't complain. Jerry kept one hand on the back of Marie's seat the whole time, as if touch could keep her breathing. Behind us, Lena's house and Jerry's house sat dark in the rain, both of them taking water. Paul radioed county dispatch from higher ground. This time the call went through. He used words that made the situation official: sewer surcharge, lateral failure, roadway undermining, medical evacuation, contamination exposure. Fire and EMS would come from the other direction. Public Works would close the road. The sewer crew would isolate the section if they could. If they could. At the bend near the old church, we stopped under a streetlight that flickered but stayed alive. I climbed out of the truck bed and almost fell because I'd forgotten I was missing a boot. My sock made a wet slap on the pavement. Lena caught my elbow with one hand. I caught hers with the opposite hand because her knee buckled again. For a second, we were both just holding each other upright. Sophie looked at the blood on my glove. "You need stitches." "Probably. You're bad at this job." I laughed once, then stopped because it hurt. Down the hill, through the rain and trees, something heavy gave way underground with a muted boom. No fireball, no scream, just earth, pipe, and pressure rearranging themselves where nobody could see. All of us turned toward the sound. Paul lowered his radio. Nobody said it was over. The immediate danger had passed because we were out of the houses and off the broken section of road. Marie had oxygen. Sophie was safe. Jerry had not gone back for photographs. Lena was standing barely. I had both legs, minus one boot. But the rain kept falling, and somewhere below Harpswell's dark yards, that red labeled retrieval line was still in the system, still catching, still pulling, still waiting for pressure to decide where it wanted out next. By the time the ambulance reached us, the rain had softened from a hard drum to a steady whisper, like the weather was embarrassed by what it had done. We were gathered near the old church on the bend, all of us under the flickering streetlight, except Paul, who kept walking back and forth with his radio pressed to his ear. The church was white clapboard with green shutters, and a sign out front announcing a Saturday bean supper that suddenly seemed like a message from another century. Across the road, wet maples shook themselves in the wind. Water ran along the curb in little brown ropes. I sat on the back bumper of Paul's municipal truck with one boot on, one sock soaked black, and a foil emergency blanket around my shoulders. My hand was wrapped in gauze from Paul's first aid kit, already spotted through red. The cut wasn't deep enough to scare me, but it was dirty. That was the word the paramedic used later too, dirty. Not dramatic, not heroic, just dirty. Lena sat beside me, her bad leg straight out, her scrub pants cut open at the knee with trauma shears. She kept looking downhill toward her house, then away, then back again, like she was checking whether a building could disappear if left unattended. Sophie stood between her mother's knees, still wearing her yellow frog boots and the backpack with one strap broken. She had stopped crying. That worried me more than the crying had. Jerry and Marie were in the cab of Paul's truck. Marie had the green oxygen tank upright between her feet, one hand on the regulator and the other wrapped around Jerry's wrist. Jerry kept apologizing to her in a low voice, not for one thing, for everything, for the basement, for the oxygen, for stepping off the porch, for almost going back for the wedding album. Marie answered each apology with, "I know," which sounded less like forgiveness than a way to conserve breath. The ambulance came from the far side of the church with no siren, only lights washing red across the wet road and the white church wall. 2 EMTs stepped out carefully, already looking at the ground before they looked at us. That told me Paul had said the right words over the radio. Contamination, undermining, medical oxygen, multiple exposures. The first EMT was Darla Nguyen, 34, female, a compact woman with rain dripping from the bill of her cap, and a voice that carried calm without wasting warmth. The second was Owen Rusk, 27, male, tall and narrow, with a medic bag slung over one shoulder and eyes that kept returning to the dark dip in the road downhill. They moved like people used to bad nights, which is to say they didn't rush until they needed to. "Who went into the water?" Darla asked. Paul pointed at me. He did, up to the thigh, cut hand. "Anyone else?" "Splash exposure," Lena said, before I could answer. My knee wound may have been exposed. Sophie's boots were in it, but no skin contact that I saw. Marie's feet got wet before socks. Jerry had splash on his pants. Darla looked at her. "You medical, pediatric nurse. Good. Then you know I'm still checking everyone." Lena nodded once. "I know. They started with Marie, because breathing beats everything. Owen checked her oxygen saturation while Jerry hovered close enough to be in the way. Marie swatted him lightly with 2 fingers. "Gerald," she said, "let the man see the numbers." I know what you're just." Her oxygen was lower than anyone liked, but stable enough with the portable tank. Darla cleaned Marie's scraped knee and wrapped her feet in dry pads from the ambulance. Sophie watched the whole thing with a strange attention, the way kids watch adults when they are deciding whether to believe the world has rules. Then Darla came to me. "Glove off," she said. I peeled it away. The glove made a sucking sound, and the cut on the back of my hand opened again, a red mouth in pale skin. Darla didn't wince. Professionals almost never do. "When was your last tetanus?" "Not recent enough to impress you." "Hospital," I figured. "Any of that water in your mouth or eyes?" "Face shield caught most of it." "Most. Some spray, maybe." She looked at me over the top of her headlamp. "Hospital." Still figured. Owen cleaned my hand with enough saline to make me reconsider every choice I'd made since arriving at Lena's house. The pain was bright and ordinary, which almost made me grateful. Ordinary pain has edges. It begins somewhere and ends somewhere. Fear doesn't. A county deputy arrived next, then another, then 2 fire trucks that had to park near the church because the road downhill was now closed. Nobody treated it like a crime scene at first. It was a public works failure, a flood response, a contamination event. Orange cones appeared. Reflective jackets moved in the rain. Someone put flares near the church driveway, but they hissed and smoked in the wet. Deputy Carla Haynes, 46, female, asked each of us for a statement while Darla worked. Carla had the flat, tired kindness of a rural cop who knows everyone's emergencies eventually become paperwork. She wrote in a little pad sealed inside a plastic evidence bag, her pen moving slowly because her fingers were cold. "You saw the neighbor opening the cleanout?" she asked me. "Trying to. Did he damage it?" "No, it was already under pressure and the ground was already soft." Jerry, standing nearby, heard that and closed his eyes. Carla looked at him. "Mr. Lasco, I'm not assigning blame right now." "I opened it," he said. "I heard you tried to." "I shouldn't have." "No," Marie said from inside the ambulance, voice thin but sharp. "You shouldn't have, but you came back." That shut him up better than anything the deputy could have said. Paul Danner walked me through what they knew while we waited for transport. He had mud up to his shins and a smear of something dark across one sleeve. He looked older under the streetlight than he had in the rain. "Lift station alarm hit at 7:26, he said. "High level, then pump fault. We had rainwater inflow we shouldn't have had. Crew went to check the main. Road washout blocked them at Basin Point. Then calls started coming in. How many houses? 4 confirmed backups, maybe 6. Yours was the first plumber call we knew about. Not my house." He glanced at Lena. "Right." She was close enough to hear. She didn't correct him. Her face had gone still in a way I didn't like. "And the retrieval line?" I asked. Paul exhaled through his nose. "Contractor doing route control last week on a different segment. They reported lost material, but said they recovered most of it." "Most? Yeah. And nobody warned residents." We didn't know it migrated this far. Lena looked at him then. You knew enough to leave Caleb a voicemail. Paul accepted that without defending himself right away. That mattered. I knew enough to warn the plumber once I saw the address and the old culvert layer in the records. After my kitchen was already flooding. Yes, he said. The word sat there, small and ugly. The legal part began before sunrise, not in a courtroom way. No dramatic accusations, no handcuffs, no shouting in the rain. It began with Paul photographing the broken road, the collapsed backyard, the water line on Lena's front steps. It began with Deputy Haynes asking whether anyone had taken pictures of the gray material. Sophie raised her hand without speaking and showed her phone. She had taken videos of the shower drain, the kitchen floor, Jerry at the cleanout, the gray strands in the ditch, the red strip wrapped around my ankle before I cut myself free. Lena stared at her daughter. When you told me to stay on the porch? Sophie, what? You always say document things. Lena laughed once, then covered her mouth. It wasn't funny. It was just too much not to come out sideways. Deputy Haynes had Sophie airdrop the videos to an official county device. Paul asked for copies too. Lena said, through my attorney, which surprised Paul, Jerry, and maybe Lena herself. Sophie's mouth twitched like she was proud. By 3 a.m, we were at the hospital in Brunswick. Fluorescent lights, vending machines, dry floors, the sudden cruelty of normal things. They took Marie to a monitored room because of her breathing. Jerry stayed with her until someone made him change out of contaminated clothes. Lena got her knee irrigated and glued. I got my hand cleaned again, numbed, and stitched. 6 stitches, a tetanus shot, antibiotics, instructions printed on paper with little diagrams of infection signs. The nurse who discharged me asked what happened. Drain clog, I said. She looked at my missing boot, my cut hand, my sewer-soaked pants sealed in a red biohazard bag, and my face. Bad one. Top 5. I saw Sophie in the hallway around 4. She was sitting in a plastic chair with her backpack on her lap, awake, while Lena dozed beside her with one hand still gripping the girl's sleeve. Sophie had changed into hospital socks and a sweatshirt from the lost and found bin. The frog boots sat in a clear bag under the chair. You okay? I asked. She looked at my bandaged hand. Are you? Mostly. You lost your boot. I'm trying not to get emotional about it. She almost smiled. Then she said, was it really just sewer stuff? That was the question, wasn't it? Yes, I said, bad sewer stuff, broken pipe stuff, contractor mistake stuff, rain and pressure and old maps. That's a lot of stuff. It is. So it wasn't alive. No, she looked down at the bagged boots. It moved like it was. Water makes things move wrong when it's under pressure. My science teacher would love that sentence. Tell her I said it with authority. Sophie nodded, then looked toward her sleeping mother. Our house is ruined, isn't it? I thought about saying I didn't know. Technically, I didn't. Restoration companies can do amazing things with pumps, fans, disinfectant, and money. But I had seen water come through the front door. I had seen the basement push upward. There are kinds of damage that don't leave when the floor dries. It's badly damaged, I said. Your mom's going to have a lot to deal with. She already does. Yeah. Sophie picked at the edge of a hospital wristband. I should have listened more. You did good. I screamed. So did I internally. That got the smile for real, brief and tired. Lena woke and saw me sitting there. You're still here, waiting on a cab, your van, probably part of the landscape now. She rubbed her eyes. I'm sorry. Nope, we're not doing that. I am. Okay, I accept one sorry. That's your limit. She leaned her head back against the wall. Paul said the town will put us in a hotel tonight. Emergency housing. Maybe longer. That's good. It's something. Her voice was flat again, but softer than before. Shock, fatigue, pain medication, and the first inch of grief. She had been all motion all night. Now motion had stopped, and the bill was arriving. A week later, I drove past Harpswell in a rental truck I hated. My van had been pulled out by a wrecker, declared a loss by my insurance, and photographed by 3 different people who all used the phrase pre-existing ground instability, like it was a spell. Lena's Subaru had a crushed front end, but was repairable. Jerry's ramp had warped. Marie was back on oxygen at a hotel in Bath, mad about the pillows. The county closed the road for 4 days, while Public Works dug up the failed section and found the old storm culvert exactly where the records said it might be, except crushed, packed with roots, wipes, gravel, and yards of gray synthetic retrieval fiber, braided into a rope as thick as my forearm. They recovered the red warning strip too. Most of it. That was the word again. Most. The contractor's insurance got involved. The town's attorney got involved. Homeowners' insurance got involved and immediately began behaving like homeowners' insurance. Lena called me once, not to ask for plumbing advice, but to ask if I would write down everything I remembered while it was fresh. I did. 6 pages, typed with my bandaged hand throbbing by the end. I didn't exaggerate. I didn't need to. The official report, at least the part Paul let me read later over coffee in a Dunkin' Donuts off Route 1, used calmer language than any of us deserved. Sanitary sewer surcharge, obstruction by foreign fibrous material, compromised lateral connections, stormwater infiltration, localized roadway undermining. There was no line for what it feels like when your boot is in black water and something synthetic tightens around your ankle with the patience of a machine. Lena and Sophie stayed in the hotel for 3 weeks, then moved into a short-term rental in Brunswick, while the house was stripped down to studs on the first floor. Lena sent me a picture one afternoon of Sophie standing in front of the rental kitchen sink, holding a sign made from printer paper. No quinoa in drains. I laughed when I saw it. Then I sat in my truck for a minute longer than necessary before starting the engine. I still do plumbing. People ask me that sometimes when I tell the story, like one bad job should be enough to make a person change trades. It doesn't work like that. Bills keep coming. Pipes keep clogging. Old houses keep pretending they are not old. But I bought a better respirator. I replaced my headlamp with 2 headlamps. I keep a bolt cutter in the truck now, and a spare pair of boots, and a laminated card with the after-hours numbers for every municipal sewer department in the counties I work. I check maps before I open rear cleanouts near marshland. If a customer says the drain is backing up and the yard is sinking, I don't touch a thing until the town answers the phone. And I don't joke as much when people apologize for the mess. A month after the Harpswell job, I got called to a bakery in Freeport for a slow floor drain. It was early morning, still dark, the ovens warming the room and flour dust softening the air. Owner led me to the back prep area, where water pooled around a stainless drain cover. "Probably just dough," she said. "Probably," I said. I took off the cover. Inside, caught on the edge of the trap, was a single pale strand. Not gray like Lena's. Not exactly. Thinner, beige. Maybe twine from a flour sack. Maybe mop fiber. Maybe nothing at all. I hooked it with needle nose pliers and pulled. It came free easily, no stretch, no resistance. Just a harmless little thread, slick with drain water. The bakery owner said, "Is that bad?" I looked at it for longer than I should have. Behind me, the oven timer beeped. A delivery truck hissed by on wet pavement outside. Somewhere under the floor, water made its normal, ordinary, explainable gurgle. "No," I said, and dropped the strand into a trash bag. Not bad. But before I ran the snake, I called the town anyway. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I'm a window washer for skyscrapers. I saw something looking back from the 40th floor is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first wrong thing I noticed was the pigeon, not the bird itself. We got pigeons on every ledge in downtown Chicago, fat gray freeloaders with missing toes and the confidence of landlords. This one sat on the mullion outside the 39th floor of the Ellison Tower, puffed up against the lake wind, watching my reflection in the glass while I worked a squeegee down a pane the size of a garage door. The wrong part was the smear behind it. A pale, wet handprint pressed against the inside of the 40th floor, window directly above me. Fingers spread wide, palm dragged slightly downward as if someone had slipped. It was too high to be from a kid, too clear to be a cleaning mark, too fresh to belong on a vacant office floor that building management had sworn was empty until the new tenant moved in next month. My name is Caleb Burke, 34, male, born in Milwaukee and stubborn enough to make a living hanging off buildings in other people's weather. I wash high-rise windows because it pays better than most jobs that don't require a degree, because I like work where the rules are physical and honest, and because, if I'm being completely straight with you, I've always found it easier to trust rope than people. The funny thing is, I'm not afraid of heights. Everybody assumes that's the main requirement. It is. Heights are just distance. What gets to me is the idea of being trapped in open air with no quick way back in. The harness locks you to the world, sure, but it also makes every mistake take longer to finish. When you're 40 stories up, even a simple problem, a jammed descender, a bad gust, a radio that won't answer becomes intimate. There's nowhere to pace, nowhere nowhere to slam a door. You just dangle there with your own breathing loud in your hood. That morning started ordinary enough to make me trust it. It was late October, the kind of Chicago morning when the air off Lake Michigan smelled like cold coins and diesel exhaust, and the sidewalks below were full of people walking fast with their collars up. The Ellison Tower sat on Wacker Drive near the river, all blue-black glass and steel ribs, the sort of building that looked expensive even before the sun found it. Traffic made a constant wet hiss below us. Somewhere on the street, a bus braked hard and coughed. Up on the roof, the wind moved around the mechanical units in low, steady moans. Louis Morneau, 29 male from Cicero, was already checking the main rig when I came through the roof access door with 2 paper coffees tucked against my chest. Louis had been my rope partner for almost 3 years. He was compact and wiry, with forearms like twisted cable, and a habit of humming old corridos under his breath when he was nervous, which he would deny even if you recorded him doing it. "You're late," he said without looking up. 3 minutes. 4. "Your coffee's getting donated to the roof drain." He held out one gloved hand. "Then I forgive you." Marta Kowalski, 42, female, our site supervisor, stood near the parapet with a clipboard pressed to her jacket. She was Polish-American, raised in Avondale, and had the dry patience of someone who had spent half her life telling men not to do stupid things with machinery. Marta didn't climb any more after a shoulder tear, but she knew every anchor point in the loop by memory and could spot a me's threaded buckle from 30 feet away. She tapped her pen against the clipboard. "Weather window closes at 11. After that, gusts hit 32 from the northeast. You two take the east face down to 38, then reset. No hero hours today." "Hero hours are time and a half," Louis asked. "They're paperwork," Marta said, "and me explaining to OSHA why your mother is crying in my office." That was Marta. Jokes shaped like warnings. The Ellison job was supposed to be easy money. 4 partial drops on the east face, mostly exterior grime from a summer of construction dust and river fog. The building had recently lost a financial tenant on floors 38 through 41, and a biotech firm was moving in after renovations. Until then, those floors were closed, lights off, furniture gone. Building security had told us the interior contractors wouldn't start until Monday. A clean, empty stack of glass. That was the phrase the property manager used. Clean, empty. I remember that because I repeated it to myself later, like an idiot. Derek Voss, 51, male, the building's chief engineer, came onto the roof just as Louis and I were clipping our secondary lines. He had a red face, a Cubs cap pulled low, and the permanent squint of a man who spent his days looking at boilers, gauges, and tenants who thought thermostats were personal insults. "You guys need freight access again after lunch?" he asked Marta. "Depends on wind," she said. "Why? 40's locked out." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Security panel keeps throwing a door alarm up there, but there's nobody on the floor. Probably a bad contact. Renovation crew yanked half the sensors last week." Louis glanced at me. "Door alarm on 40, Derek shrugged. "Ghost in the machine." Marta did not smile. Don't say ghost to people hanging off your building. Figure of speech. Derek lifted both hands. Anyway, if you see anything weird through the glass, don't call 911 because a tarp moved. Define weird, I said. He looked at me then, and for half a second the joking fell out of his face. Lights, movement, anything that looks like a person. Security's already jumpy because of the alarm. That should have lodged in my head. It did, but not deep enough. Work has a way of smoothing concern into routine. You check your harness. You check your partner. You check your rope path, your knots, your suction cups, your bucket, your squeegee rubber. You say the same small things you always say because the ritual matters. Main line, Lewis said. Loaded. Backup. Clear. Descender. Locked. Radio. I pressed the button on my chest. Caleb to roof. Marta's voice crackled back. Roof, here's Caleb. Lewis leaned close and tugged my shoulder strap harder than necessary. Still ugly. Still short. Still making more money than your brother. That one landed softer than he meant it. My younger brother, Sean, had been calling all week about our mother's furnace, about who was paying for what, about how I always acted like I was one bad month away from disappearing. Lewis didn't know that part. He only knew I avoided calls, hated owing favors, and had a talent for turning help into an accusation. I gave him the finger. He grinned, alive and rude, good to go. Then we stepped backward over the parapet. There's a moment when your boots leave the roof and the building takes your weight through rope and steel. Even after years, my stomach always notices. Not fear, more like the body asking for clarification. Below, the river was a strip of dull pewter between buildings. Cars looked like beetles in tight lanes. Office workers moved behind glass in other towers, pale shapes holding mugs, checking phones, living inside gravity like it was guaranteed. We dropped slowly past the 42nd floor first. The top offices still had furniture, conference tables, rolling chairs, monitors wrapped in plastic. The lights were low, but not off, just enough emergency glow to turn the rooms gray. My squeegee squeaked over the first pane, water running in clean vertical ribbons. Soap smell mixed with cold air and the faint rubber sent from my gloves. Lewis worked 15 feet to my left, singing under his breath. Your radio's open, I told him. He stopped. No, it's not. It is in my heart. Shut up and clean. For 20 minutes, everything was simple. Drop. Wet. Scrub. Pull. Wipe the blade. Shift left. Repeat. The sound of traffic rose and fell when the wind moved. A helicopter thudded somewhere north, probably news or hospital traffic. My fingers settled into rhythm. On the 41st floor, the offices were darker. Empty cubicles stood in rows, stripped down to metal frames and ghost rectangles on carpet where desks had been. A few contractor tarps lay folded near the elevator lobby. Nothing moved except our reflections and the clouds sliding behind us. Then we reached the 40th. The glass changed, not physically. Same tinted panels, same aluminum mullions, but there was a quality to the inside light that made my hand pause mid-wipe. The floor beyond the window was supposed to be vacant, and it was mostly. No desks, no chairs, no computer monitors, just a broad, open space with concrete columns, exposed ceiling tracks, bundled wires hanging like vines, and plastic sheeting taped over part of the inner wall. But one strip of overhead lights was on. Not bright, just a thin row of fluorescents buzzing over the north end, making a shallow pool of light near the interior hallway. The rest of the floor stayed dim. It gave the whole place the look of a store after closing, when someone forgot one aisle. I pressed my radio. "Roof, Caleb," Marta answered at once. "Go. You know lights are on inside 40, a pause. Static ticked softly. "Say again. 40th floor, east side. North strip. Fluorescents are on." Derek's voice came in behind hers, farther from the mic. "That's not right." Lewis drifted a little lower, boots braced against the glass. "Maybe cleaning crew. No crews scheduled," Marta said. "Derek's calling security. Keep working if nothing else is happening. Keep working." That's another thing about jobs like mine. You learn the difference between dangerous and not my problem. A light on inside a vacant floor is weird, sure, but it doesn't cut your rope. It doesn't change wind speed. It doesn't mean you stop a contracted drop unless someone with authority tells you to stop. So I kept working. The pigeon landed on the mullion above me about 5 minutes later. It fluttered in hard from somewhere higher, wings snapping against the glass. Its claws scraped metal. It had a small plastic zip tie around one leg, dirty white, maybe from trash or a nest. It stared past me rather than at me, head twitching. "Buddy," I muttered, "you're in my lane." Lewis laughed through the radio. "You talking to birds now? Better listeners than you." I tapped the glass lightly with my knuckle to scare it off. The pigeon didn't move. Instead, it leaned forward, its orange eye fixed on the window above my head. That was when I looked up and saw the handprint. At first, my brain sorted it into normal categories: construction dust, cleaning residue, someone's old greasy palm from weeks ago. But the print was too distinct. The edges still had moisture shine. 5 fingers, a heel of the hand, a downward smear maybe 4 inches long. There were tiny beads of fluid gathered at the bottom of the drag mark, catching the thin interior light. Not blood, not from that distance, not through tinted glass. It looked clear or maybe slightly cloudy. Sweat maybe, condensation. A worker on the inside had touched the pane, except we'd been told no one was inside. "Lewis," I said. My voice came out flat enough that he stopped humming. "What?" "Look at the pane above me. 40. 2 sections right of the column." His platform creaked as he shifted. "I see it. What's it look like to you?" A handprint, fresh, another pause. Wind clicked one of his carabiners against metal. "Yeah." The pigeon suddenly launched off the mullion and dropped past us in a frantic tumble before catching air. Its wings made a hard clap, clap, clap that sounded much too loud against the glass. Inside the 40th floor, something knocked. One sound. Not big, not theatrical. A dull tap from somewhere beyond the pane, like a broom handle hitting drywall. Lewis and I both froze. My squeegee hung in my hand, dirty water dripping from the rubber blade onto the toe of my boot. It pattered there, tiny impacts I could feel more than hear. I pressed the radio. "Roof," we heard a knock inside 40. Marta didn't answer immediately. "Marta." "I heard you," she said. Her voice had tightened. "Derek S. with security. Hold position." Holding position sounds simple when you're standing on carpet. hanging outside a skyscraper. It means keeping your legs braced against a vertical wall while the wind tries to rotate your hips, and your harness cups your weight in places you don't discuss politely. After 30 seconds, your calves start making demands. After a minute, the building feels like it's breathing. Below us, Chicago kept going. Horns, brakes, a siren far off, rising and fading. People crossing at the light with coffees and tote bags. No idea two men were pressed to the glass above them, staring into a dark office floor because of a handprint. Could be a contractor, Lewis said, not like he believed it, more like he wanted the words available. Locked floor. Derek said sensors were messed up. Yeah, you see anybody? I looked carefully through the window above me. My own reflection interfered. Pale face under a hard hat, safety glasses, dark hood tight around my jaw. Behind that reflection, the interior space stretched back toward the core of the building. Columns, hanging wires, plastic sheeting, a yellow extension cord coiled near a pillar, dust on the concrete, a red ladder lying on its side. No person. Then the overhead strip flickered. The buzz came through the glass faintly, a weak electrical insect sound. The lights blinked once, twice, then steadied. In that blink, something seemed to shift near the inner hallway. A shape, tall enough to be a person, dark enough to be a shadow thrown by plastic. I blinked hard and leaned closer, my helmet almost touching the pane. Nothing. My radio crackled. Derek's voice came through this time. Caleb, Lewis, security says no badge access on 40 since last night at 6:12 p.m. Motion sensor is offline because of renovation. Door contact alarm is still active at the service stair. Marta cut in. We're suspending the drop. Relief hit me, quick and embarrassing. Then Derek added, can either of you get eyes on the northeast corner before you come up? Security camera up there is covered. Marta snapped, Derek, I'm not asking them to enter. Just look through the glass. The stair door alarm keeps triggering and clearing. If someone's stuck or hurt, call CPD, Marta said. I'm calling building security first. Police response for a door sensor on a vacant floor could take. Marta, I said. I don't know why I interrupted. Maybe because I could see the northeast corner from where I hung. If I shifted about 6 panes over and dropped another 10 feet. Maybe because of the handprint. Maybe because my private flaw has always been confusing self-reliance with control, believing that if I can see a problem with my own eyes, I can keep it from becoming someone else's leverage over me. What? She said. I can check the corner from outside. No entry. 5 minutes. Lewis turned his head toward me. Caleb, just eyes. Marta didn't respond. The wind moved under my jacket and pressed the fabric against my ribs. The handprint above me began to lose definition at the edges, drying into the glass. Lewis lowered his voice, though the radio still picked it up. We don't know what that is. Exactly. That's not a reason. From the roof, Marta said, both of you come up. Derek spoke over her, sharper now. If there's an injured person in there, we need to know where. EMS won't even know which elevator bank to use until... Enough, Marta said. A small sound came from inside the floor. This one was closer. A scrape, slow, metal over concrete. Lewis muttered something in Spanish. I watched the dim interior, every muscle waiting for my brain to make sense of the shadows. Near the north end, behind the plastic sheeting, a vertical seam opened where the taped edge had pulled loose. The plastic breathed outward slightly, then settled. Air pressure, HVAC, a loose tarp. All explainable, still wrong. Marta came back on, clipped and controlled. Caleb Lewis, ascend now. We'll let security handle the interior. I lifted my ascender, ready to start the slow climb. Then my phone vibrated inside my chest pocket. It startled me badly enough that my right boot slipped a few inches on the wet glass. My harness caught my weight. The rope creaked. My shoulder knocked the pain. Easy, Lewis barked. You good? Yeah. My mouth tasted like coffee and metal. Phone. Leave it. I should have. But the vibration came again, then again. Not a call. A burst of notifications. My brother's name flashed on the watch strapped over my glove cuff, the cheap smart one I used because taking out a phone on rope was stupid. Sean, Mom says furnace guy needs deposit today. Sean, you awake? Sean, don't ignore this again. And below those, one more notification from the building's public Wi-Fi splash page, because my phone had auto-connected when we arrived. ELLISON guest, weak security. Under it, a preview from an unknown local network device. Airdrop from 40F Conference TV. IMG 0417 JPG. I stared at the watch. What is it? Lewis said. My phone just got an airdrop request. From who? I looked through the glass at the empty, half-lit 40th floor. Conference TV on 40. Lewis said nothing. The request timed out before I could do anything, the screen returning to my brother's messages. The wind shoved us gently sideways, our ropes angling together for a second, then separating. Inside, beyond the pane with the drying handprint, the plastic sheet lifted again. This time not like air pressure, like fingers had pushed it from behind. Marta's voice came hard through the radio. Ascend. Now, Derek said, quieter. Can you see the stair door from there? I looked at Lewis. He looked back at me. His face, reflected in the glass, and framed by the dark office behind it, was tight with the anger of a man who already knows the right answer and hates that someone has made it complicated. We had a choice. Climb back to the roof like we were told, leave the handprint and the airdrop and the moving plastic to building security, and hope whoever might be inside could wait, or shift 6 panes north, just close enough to see the service stairwell door, and give Derek the answer he wanted before anyone admitted this was more than a faulty sensor. My hand tightened on the ascender. Lewis's boot squeaked against the wet glass as he moved closer. 5 minutes, he said, and I could hear how much he hated me for making him say it. Above us, the handprint continued drying in the cold morning air, fading from the edges inward until only the fingertips remained. Lewis and I moved north along the 40th floor, like 2 men trying to sneak past a sleeping animal. That sounds dramatic, but there's no graceful way to traverse glass from the outside when you're hanging off ropes. You don't just stroll sideways. You plant both boots, ease weight into your harness, shift a descender, bump your suction cup, slide your bucket so it doesn't swing into the pane, and then repeat the whole ugly little dance one window at a time. Every movement makes noise. Rubber soles squeak. Carabiners click. Rope fibers rasp through hardware. The building answers with tiny vibrations you feel in your knees. Inside, the plastic sheeting near the north end hung still again. Too still, maybe. Or maybe I was staring too hard. "Caleb," Marta said over the radio, "you're moving the wrong direction." Her voice had gone flat, which was worse than shouting. Shouting meant she was angry. Flat meant she was already writing the incident report in her head. "I'm just getting eyes on the stair door," I said. "That is not your job." Derek cut in before I could answer. 40 stair door alarm just triggered again. It's showing open. Lewis looked at me through the reflection in the glass. His mouth barely moved. "You hear that?" I nodded. "Then let them send security." "Security can't see the corner. Security has legs." I almost smiled, but it died quick. Above the city, jokes got thin when they had to compete with wind and bad choices. The northeast corner was maybe 30 feet away, hidden from our current angle by a concrete column, and the taped plastic sheet that divided the unfinished office space from the service corridor. The sheet had painter's tape along the top, gray where dust had settled on it, and one loose seam that kept lifting at the bottom in little breaths. Fluorescent tubes buzzed over it, making the plastic shine in dull bands. A fresh handprint, a knock, a scrape, a device inside trying to send my phone a photo. All of it could be explained. That was the problem. Bad sensor. Contractor hiding from trouble. Homeless person who found a way up through a service entrance. Someone hurt. Someone drunk. Someone stealing copper. None of those things belonged to us exactly, but none of them were harmless either. Lewis shifted one pane ahead of me, grumbling in Spanish. 5 minutes, he said again. Then I drag your stubborn ass up. You say that like you're not curious. I'm curious about lunch. I'm curious why the bears keep making my father suffer. I'm not curious about vacant floors with handprints. Noted me. His annoyance was real, but so was the way he stayed level with me, matching my pace instead of climbing. That was Lewis. He complained like a man trying to keep the world sensible. Underneath, he did not leave people alone on rope. Marta came back on. Derek is sending 2 security officers to 40. You both ascend now. How long until they're there? I asked. A pause. Derek answered. They're coming from lobby level. Main passenger bank is locked out above 37 because of construction. They have to take service to 38 and stairs from there. 4 minutes, maybe 5. Stair alarm is at 40, right? Yes. Then we look for 5 and go up. No, Marta said. You go up now. The wind shoved across the east face hard enough to flatten my jacket sleeve against my arm. My ropes swung left by maybe a foot. I bent my knees and absorbed it, then heard Lewis curse as his bucket knocked the glass with a hollow plastic thunk. Wind's building, Marta said. That is not a suggestion. I looked down without meaning to. The river was a narrow, gray cut between buildings. Morning traffic on Wacker crawled below, a line of brake lights and yellow taxis and delivery trucks. 40 floors doesn't look like a number when you're up there. It looks like time, like every second of falling would have room to introduce itself. My right hand tightened around the ascender until my knuckles ached inside the glove. This was the part I hated most. Not the height, not the glass, not even the thought of someone inside. It was the lack of a fast exit. On the roof, I could walk away. On the ground, I could run. Out here, every decision had to pass through rope, metal, friction, and the dull fact that gravity never got distracted. My watch buzzed again. I flinched less this time, but Lewis saw it. "Don't look," he said. I looked. Another airdrop request. Same source, 40F Conference TV. Same file name, IMG0417JPG. This time, beneath the request, the thumbnail preview loaded for half a second before the screen dimmed from my wrist angle. A gray rectangle, a sliver of window, something orange. It vanished. "Phone S doing it again," I said. "Decline it." I didn't accept the first one. "Great, keep that streak." I raised my wrist, awkward with gloves, trying to wake the screen. Quest was still there. Accept or decline. My thumb hovered over the watch face, useless because the glove wouldn't register. Inside, the plastic sheeting snapped inward, not fluttered, snapped, like someone had yanked it. Lewis and I both turned. A shape moved behind it, low at first, then higher. It was not clear enough to be a person. I need that understood. Through tinted glass, morning glare, plastic, and our own reflections, the eye starts building things out of scraps. A fold becomes a shoulder. A taped seam becomes an arm. A shadow becomes intent. But the shape stayed behind the sheet too long. It shifted from left to right along the inner wall, blocking the fluorescent glow as it passed. Then it stopped near the service corridor. Lewis whispered, "That's somebody." Marta heard. "What do you see?" "Movement inside 40, I said. My voice came out smaller than I wanted. "Behind the plastic." "North side," Derek said. "Security is entering 38 now." A sharp sound cracked through the glass. Metal on metal. Then another. Bang, bang. Not from behind the plastic this time, farther in toward the service stair. Lewis's face changed. "Somebody's hitting the door," he said, "or trying to get through it." From which side? That question sat there. From inside the floor, a third impact came, harder than the first two. The plastic trembled. Marta said, "Caleb, Lewis, ascend. Building security will handle it." Then the lights on the 40th floor went out. Not all at once in the tower. Just that strip. The fluorescent buzz died, and the office beyond the window dropped into the kind of gray that still had shapes, but no edges. My reflection strengthened in the glass. I saw my own face looking back, pale behind safety glasses, jaw clenched. Then emergency lights clicked on inside. Small red units near the core. Dim, battery powered. They painted the plastic sheeting a faint, bruised color. Derek swore. "We just lost power to the construction subpanel on 40. "Is that normal?" Lewis asked. "No. Love when engineers say that." Marta's voice sharpened. "Derek, tell security to wait for police." "I already told them to hold at 38. "Did they?" No answer. Below us, sirens started somewhere west. Maybe unrelated. In a city, sirens are background weather until they point at you. My watch buzzed again. The airdrop request timed out, then returned almost immediately. 40F Conference TV wants to share a photo. This time, the thumbnail stayed long enough. It was taken from inside the 40th floor, facing outward through the same windows Lewis and I were hanging on. In the photo, our ropes cut black lines down the glass, and at the lower edge of the frame, just barely visible, was the top of my white hard hat. Someone had taken the picture from inside within the last minute. I forgot to breathe for a second. "Louis," I said. "What? The photo. It's us." He stared at me. "What do you mean, us?" "Taken from inside. Just now." "Decline it." "Can't with the glove." "Then ignore." A noise came over the radio. Not static. A voice, distant, not Marta or Derek. Male, strained. "Anybody on 40, Marta said. "Say again." The voice came back, broken by concrete and signal interference. "This is Harris Security. We're at the stairwell between 39 and 40. Door won't open. We hear someone on the other side." Derek said, "Harris, do not force that door." Another voice behind Harris, younger, panicked. "They're saying help." I heard help. Louis pressed closer to the glass, trying to see past the column. "Caleb, we need to go up." He was right. That was the worst part. He was completely right. Our little outside look had become something else. Power failure, security at the stairwell, somebody inside taking photos of us, or using a device that could. None of it required 2 window washers to remain suspended outside a dark floor with gusts increasing. I lifted my ascender again. Then the glass in front of Louis fogged from the inside. A small oval of breath appeared on the pane opposite him, about face height. Louis jerked back so hard his bucket swung and clipped his shin. "Jesus!" The oval widened, clouding the tint. A line appeared through it, not a crack, a finger. Someone on the inside dragged one fingertip across the condensation. Slowly, in uneven block letters, they wrote, "Stay." Louis stopped moving. The word held for maybe 3 seconds before the fog began to thin. "Roof," I said, and hated how tight my throat sounded. Someone just wrote on the glass from inside. Marta did not answer right away. Derek did. "What did they write?" Louis said. "Stay." That word did more damage than help would have. Help would mean a victim. Stay could mean warning. Stay could mean bait. Stay could mean someone inside knew exactly what side of the glass we were on and wanted us there. Another impact hit from the service stair area. Bang. The security guard's voice came through the radio, louder now. "Derek, we've got smoke coming under the door." Derek snapped. "Smoke. Light smoke. Smells electrical." Marta said, "Get them out of there." Harris answered, "We've got someone banging from the other side." Then the radio filled with overlapping voices. Derek telling Harris to back down to 38. Marta ordering us up. Louis saying my name. Harris repeating that there was someone inside. The younger guard in the background saying he smelled burning plastic. It all compressed into one ugly knot. Electrical smoke meant the power failure wasn't just a breaker. It meant a hot panel, a short, maybe wires damaged during renovation. A locked or jammed stair door meant whoever was inside couldn't get out that way. Security couldn't get in. Elevators above 37 were locked out. Fire department could solve it, yes, but not instantly. Not before smoke became something thicker. Not before a person trapped on a sealed office floor started making worse decisions. Derek came back, breathless. "Fire alarm panel isn't showing smoke on 40. "Then why does security smell it?" Marta demanded. "Construction zone detectors are bagged for dust protection. They shouldn't be, but they are." Louis gave a bitter laugh. "Perfect." Inside the glass, the word "stay" faded until only the bottom of the Y remained. Then another Another breath mark appeared beside it, smaller, lower, like someone had crouched. A face leaned near the pane. I saw only pieces at first: forehead, cheek, one eye distorted by tinted glass and reflected sky. The person was close enough that their breath bloomed white on the inside. Their eye moved from Lewis to me. Human, that mattered, not a shadow, not a trick of plastic. A person inside the vacant 40th floor. They raised one hand, pressed 2 fingers to the glass, then pointed sharply to our right, toward the northeast corner, toward the service stair. The face pulled back before I could make out age, gender, anything useful. The interior swallowed them. Lewis's lips parted. Did you see? Yes. They pointed. Yes. They want us to look, or they don't want us to leave. Caleb, I know. He slapped the glass with his palm. Once, hard. Hey, can you hear us? No answer. Are you hurt? He shouted. His voice disappeared against the pane. From inside, there was no sign the person heard. I grabbed my radio. Derek, there's definitely someone on 40. We saw a face at the glass. They pointed toward the service stair. Could you identify them? No. Are they injured? I don't know. Marta said, you are not rescue personnel. No, I said, but we're the only ones with eyes on that side. You are outside a high rise in rising wind. A gust hit before she finished. It came around the corner of the tower with a low, rushing sound, the kind you feel in the rope before it reaches your ears. My body swung outward just inches, but enough to make my stomach drop. My suction cup tore loose from the glass and spun on its tether. The bucket tipped, dumping dirty water in a glittering sheet that vanished before it reached the street. Lewis's line crossed mine for 1 second. Hold, he shouted. I braced both boots, knees bending, shoulder burning as the harness loaded unevenly. The ropes separated. My descender knocked my hip. Pain flared there, sharp and immediate. Then the gust passed. Everything settled except my pulse. Both of you ascend now, Marta said, each word separate. No discussion. I swallowed. My hands felt clumsy. Too much adrenaline makes fingers stupid. Lewis was already clipping his handled ascender higher on the rope. We're done. I nodded. We were done. Then something dropped from inside the 40th floor and hit the window ledge beneath the pane ahead of us with a metallic clatter. A key ring. It had been pushed through the narrow gap of a small operable vent panel, one of those maintenance vents that opened only a few inches and only with a special tool. The keys bounced once on the exterior sill, caught on a bead of old sealant, and sat there trembling in the wind. Attached to the ring was a red plastic fob with white lettering. Fire Stair 40E. Lewis stared at it. Oh no, he said. No, no, no. Inside, from somewhere near the service stair, the banging stopped. The sudden absence of it was worse than the noise. Harris came over the radio, voice tight. Derek, whoever was knocking stopped. Smoke is getting worse. We're backing down. Behind him, the younger guard coughed. Derek said, copy, back down. Fire department is being called. Marta said, already called. Caleb, Lewis, leave the keys. Ascend. But the keys were 6 feet to my right, sitting on the outside sill like a dare. If they slipped, they were gone. If they stayed, maybe they opened the stair door. Maybe they belonged to the person inside. Maybe they were useless. Maybe they were the exact thing security needed, and the difference between getting someone out in 2 minutes or waiting for firefighters to cut, pry, and ventilate their way through a problem nobody had even mapped yet. I thought of my brother's texts, the furnace deposit, my mother waiting in a cold house because nobody wanted to say out loud that we were all tired of helping each other. I thought of how often I'd made independence into a religion because needing people felt like giving them a weapon. And here I was, outside a building, looking at keys someone had pushed through glass because they needed us. Louis saw my face. "Don't," he said. "I can reach them. You can barely reach your own common sense. The keys might open the door, or they might not, or you slip, or the wind takes you, or whoever pushed them out wanted you off your line." He was angry now, scared angry. His jaw worked under his helmet strap. Marta said, "Caleb, answer me. I keyed the radio. There are keys on the exterior sill." Marked fire stair 40E. Derek made a sound like he'd been punched. "Those are override keys. They should be in the fire command box. Could security use them?" "Yes," but Marta cut him off. "No, absolutely not." A new sound came from inside the floor. Not banging, a voice. Muffled by glass, broken by distance, impossible to make into words, but plainly human. A shout from somewhere in the dim interior. Then a second voice answered it. 2 people, at least 2. Louis closed his eyes for one short second. When he opened them, he looked exhausted. "You get 1 try," he said. Marta heard him. "Louis, 1 try," he repeated, not to her, to me. "If you miss, we climb. If wind hits, we climb. If anything inside moves toward the glass, we climb." I nodded. Mouth had gone dry. To reach the keys, I had to shift off my comfortable stance and pendulum right, using the rope angle and 1 boot against the mullion. It was routine in calm conditions. In rising wind, beside a dark floor, after a gust had just crossed our lines, it became a narrow little math problem with consequences. Louis moved closer to spot me, anchoring his boots and keeping 1 hand ready to shove my line clear if it crossed his again. "Slow," he said. "I know. Say it back." "Slow." I eased right. The rope took my weight differently. My harness dug into my thighs. The city tilted in my peripheral vision. The keys trembled on the sill, red fob flicking in the wind. Inside the glass ahead of me, the emergency light pulsed once. Then something pale moved near the floor. A hand appeared from below the window line, pressed flat to the inside of the glass. Not the same handprint as before. This one was attached to someone crouching just beneath the sill. A second hand joined it. Then a face rose slowly between them. A man, maybe. Hard to tell through tint and reflection. Close cropped hair, a cut over one eyebrow, mouth open. He was staring past me, not at me, past me, at the ropes. His lips formed a word I couldn't hear. Louis shouted, "Caleb, stop." I froze with one arm stretched toward the keys. The man inside raised his hand and pointed upward. I looked up. At first, I saw only our ropes running clean to the roofline. Then I saw the problem. My backup line, the one that should have hung free beside my main, had shifted across a metal corner of the window washing track above the 40th floor. During the gust, it must have dragged into a temporary bracket left from the renovation rigging. The sheath was rubbing against a sharp burr of steel each time the wind moved me. A few white fibers had already frayed loose. Tiny. Almost nothing. Enough. Backup line S on an edge, I said. Louis looked up and swore. Don't move. But I was already extended, weight angled wrong. Fingers 6 inches from the keys. With smoke somewhere inside, security retreating, wind building, and a trapped man on the other side of the glass, silently warning me that one of the 2 things keeping me alive was being sawed thread by thread against a piece of metal nobody had noticed from the roof. Then the keys slid. Just an inch. The red fob tipped over the edge of the sill. I lunged without thinking. My glove closed around the ring. At the same moment, inside the 40th floor, the emergency lights went out too. The first thing I did after grabbing the keys was make everything worse. That's not me being poetic. My glove closed around the ring, the red fob slapped my wrist, and the little sideways lunge pulled my weight just far enough that my main line shifted against Louis' S. Not tangled, not yet, but close enough that both ropes gave a dry, ugly chirp where they touched above us. Stop moving, Louis snapped. I've got them. Great, frame them. Don't move. Inside the 40th floor, the emergency lights were out now, leaving the unfinished office in gray daylight and reflection. The injured man behind the glass became a half-formed thing, there and not there, his face broken by the shine of the city behind me. He slapped the pane once, hard, and pointed up again. My backup line trembled. I looked up and saw the frayed fibers fluttering near the metal bracket, white threads against black rope. The bracket was part of the temporary renovation rigging, bolted just below the roof track and forgotten there like a bad idea waiting for wind. Every time I breathed wrong, the line kissed that burr. Caleb, Marta said through the radio, do not ascend on that backup. Repeat, do not ascend until we clear the edge. No kidding, Louis muttered. My right shoulder burned from the reach. My hip throbbed where the descender had knocked into me. I pulled the keys in tight against my chest and clipped the ring to a gear loop before my hand got any smarter ideas. Roof, what's the move? I asked. Marta answered fast, which told me she'd already been thinking through options. Louis ascends first to the roofline, moves laterally, and tries to free your backup from above. Caleb stays still. No shifting, no reaching, no hero work, Derek broke in. Those keys need to get to security. Marta barked, Derek, I swear to God. I'm saying we need a plan. Fire department has been dispatched, but closest truck is coming through morning traffic. Harris and Bell are at 38. They can't reach 40 without that stair key. Bell, then. The younger guard had a name. Louis stared at me through the glass reflection. I go up, clear your backup. Then we both go up. Keys go down through the normal way. That's the plan. Behind him, inside the floor, something moved fast across the dim office. A dark shape rushed from right to left behind the plastic sheeting. Louis flinched so hard his boots squealed. I did too. My body jerked before my brain caught up, and my backup line scraped the burr above with a tiny sound I felt in my teeth. The shape hit the glass. It exploded into wings. A pigeon battered against the inside pane, feathers smacking the window in frantic bursts. Its body thudded once, twice, then dropped onto the interior sill, stunned. The The dirty white zip tie around its leg flashed pale. "The bird," Louis said, sucking in air. "It's the damn bird, the same pigeon." Somehow it had gotten inside the floor. For 3 seconds, neither of us spoke. We just hung there, embarrassed and shaken, while a half-dead bird explained the monster. Marta came on. "What happened?" "Pigeon inside," Louis said. "False alarm." "Not false," I said, looking past the bird to the man crouched in the dark. "Just not the only alarm." The injured man inside had backed away from the glass. He was holding something to his face now. A cloth, maybe his sleeve. Smoke had become visible near the service corridor, not thick like a movie fire, but enough to soften the bottom half of the plastic sheeting. It rolled low along the concrete, slow and dirty, finding the floor before rising. Attempt 1 was the clean one. Get Louis up, clear the rope, retreat. It failed before he climbed 10 feet. He set his ascender, weighted it, and pushed upward with practiced rhythm. 1 foot in the loop, stand. Slide the chest device. Sit, repeat. The rope above him tightened, then angled slightly because of the wind curling around the northeast corner. His bucket tapped the glass behind his knee. "Slow," Marta said. "Louis, keep left of Caleb's mane." "I know." He got another 3 feet up, then 5. The backup line above me shivered, not from my movement this time, but from his rope brushing near it. "Hold," I said. Louis froze. The frayed section twitched against the burr. 1 thread snapped free and spun away like a piece of hair. "Back down," Marta ordered. "I'm barely up. Back down." Louis clenched his jaw. I could see the argument in him. He wanted to obey because he was the careful one. He wanted to keep going because stopping meant admitting the simple plan was gone. He descended slowly, face shiny, with sweat despite the cold. When he came level with me again, he said, "Your rope angle is wrong. If I climb past you, wind pushes my line into yours. I can't clear it without making yours worse." "Copy," Marta said. "Then we rig from roof." "How?" Louis asked. "We send a tagline down, pull Caleb's back up away from the bracket." Derek said, "How long?" "Longer if people keep talking over me." Inside the 40th floor, the man behind the glass staggered toward the north side, toward the service stair. Now that my eyes had adjusted, I could map the place better. The east windows were our line. About 20 feet inside ran a row of concrete columns. Beyond them was open construction space, stripped to floor and ceiling. To the north, plastic sheeting formed a temporary wall, hiding the elevator lobby and service corridor. The service stair door was behind that sheeting northeast corner, maybe 40 feet from us. The conference room, or what used to be one, sat farther south and west, where the airdrop device must have been. Somewhere in that dark interior, at least one other person had answered the first man's shout. The man reached the loose seam in the plastic and bent down. He pulled. The tape tore loose from the top in a long, ripping strip. Smoke rolled through the opening. He stumbled backward, coughing so hard he folded at the waist. Louis keyed his radio. "They're getting smoked out." Derek answered. "Fire is 6 minutes out, maybe more." "Maybe more," Louis repeated, disgusted. Marta said, tagline coming down. "Caleb, stay put. Louis, watch his line." Attempt 2 came down from the roof in the form of a thin yellow throw line weighted with a canvas pouch. Marta lowered it over the parapet, about 15 feet above us, aiming to swing it toward my backup line so Louis could hook it and pull the rope clear of the metal edge. It sounded workable. The wind made it stupid. The pouch dropped, slapped the glass 2 panes to my left, bounced, and spun away. Louis stretched for it with his squeegee handle, missed, caught the handle on his own bucket, and dumped the last inch of dirty water down his leg. "Beautiful," he said through his teeth. "Again," Marta said. The pouch rose, disappeared above the window line, then came down a second time. This time it swung too far right, tapping the glass near the vent panel where the keys had been pushed out. Inside, the injured man saw it. His face turned toward the yellow line, and for one bizarre second, he seemed to think it was for him. He lurched to the vent panel. "No, no," I said, though he couldn't hear. He fumbled with the narrow opening from inside, trying to get fingers through the gap. The panel only opened a few inches outward, hinged at the top. He pushed at it, coughing, then shoved something through. A phone. It slid out of his hand, hit the exterior sill, and bounced. I grabbed for it on reflex. Louis shouted, "Don't." I stopped myself with my hand inches away. The phone teetered on the sill, face up. Its screen was cracked, but lit. A call timer glowed on it. 911-04-38, the man had been on a call. Then the phone vibrated, shifted, and dropped. We watched it fall past us, spinning silver and black, until it vanished. "Damn it," Louis said. Inside, the man stared at the empty vent gap like he'd just lost more than a phone. Then he looked at me. I had the fire stair keys clipped to my harness. He saw them, his eyes fixed there with a desperation that made my stomach turn. The yellow pouch swung again overhead. Louis managed to catch the line with his squeegee hook. For a second it worked. He looped it around my backup line below the frayed section and pulled outward, trying to change the angle away from the bracket. "Easy," Marta said. "I have it," Louis grunted. The backup line moved half an inch. The frayed section lifted from the burr. "Good," Marta said. "Hold that." Louis held. His arm shook from the awkward angle. I finally exhaled. Then the building's exterior maintenance track above us gave a metallic pop. Not loud, but final. The temporary bracket shifted. The burr released my backup line, yes, but the bracket itself sagged outward just enough that the throw line slipped behind it and jammed. Louis's pull translated into a hard sideways tug on the backup rope, drawing it not away from danger, but across a second sharper edge we hadn't seen. The sheath peeled, a visible strip. "Let go," I shouted. Louis dropped the throw line. The backup snapped back. The frayed section bounced free of the bracket, then settled against open air, damaged, but no longer cutting. "Partial win," Louis panted. "Partial," I said. "You're not being sliced anymore." My backup looks like a dog chewed it. "You want poetry?" asked the pigeon. Marta heard none of the humor in it. "Caleb, your backup is compromised. You do not climb on it. Main line only, minimum movement, until we get a rescue line to you. Main line only. People who don't work rope may think 2 lines are excessive until one gets hurt. Then, suddenly, the second line becomes the only thing you can think about. My main line was still good. My harness was still good. My descender was still locked. But the private arithmetic changed. One good line between me and the street. My breathing got loud. I tried to slow it. Couldn't. The city below seemed to sharpen, each taxi and bus too visible, too far away. My hands tingled inside my gloves. I had to look at the glass, at Lewis, at anything but the drop. "You with me?" Lewis asked quietly. "Yeah, you're doing the thing." "What thing?" "Where you pretend you're calm and start making dumb plans." "I'm not making plans. You're touching the keys." I looked down. He was right. My glove had closed around the red fob clipped to my harness. Inside the 40th floor, the smoke thickened near the floor and began crawling higher, flattening against the glass in faint layers. The injured man had moved to another figure now. I could see the second person for the first time, lower to the ground near a concrete column. Smaller build, dark jacket, maybe female, maybe just curled tight from coughing. The man tugged at them under the arms, got them 6 inches, then collapsed beside them. Derek's voice came through, strained. "Harris says the stair door at 40 might be chained from the inside." Marta said, "What?" He saw it through the stairwell vision panel when the smoke shifted. Chain and padlock looped through the crash bar. Lewis stared at the glass. Somebody locked them in. Derek didn't answer. There it was. A new fact that took the whole morning out of accident territory and moved it somewhere colder. A bad breaker could be negligence. Bag detectors could be a shortcut. A locked stair door from the inside, on a vacant construction floor with people trapped behind it, was a human decision. Attempt 3 wasn't really an attempt at first. It was an argument. Derek wanted the keys moved to security. Marta wanted us alive. Lewis wanted to climb and punch every person involved in building management. I wanted to stop feeling the red fob against my chest like a second pulse. "Can Harris reach the east window from inside 39? I asked. Derek said, "No operable windows there." "What about the roof?" "Lower a bag." "We can lower a bag," Marta said, "and you can put the keys in without moving." But the roof was above us, and the keys had to go down to 38, where Harris and Bell were waiting. Lowering them up first meant more time. Lowering a bag from the roof meant wind. Everything meant wind. Then the injured man inside did something none of us expected. He crawled to the glass and wrote again in condensation, using the side of his fist because his finger shook too badly. This time the letters came broken and crooked. "Cam," then, he wiped the fog away with his sleeve and pointed toward the covered security camera in the northeast corner. "Cam, camera." The one Derek had said was covered. Lewis said, "He's not pointing to the stair. He's pointing to the camera." The man inside nodded hard enough to make himself cough. Derek came over the radio. "The northeast camera feed is black because it's covered with a contractor dust hood." "Can you control it?" I asked. "It's fixed angle." "What's near it?" "Corner of the service corridor. Stair door, electrical closet." "Electrical closet. Power failure, smoke, bag detectors, chained stair, covered camera." The map tightened. Someone had disabled the view of the exact corner where the floor was most dangerous. The man inside slapped the glass again, then held up 2 fingers. He pointed at himself, then toward the shape on the floor. 2 people, at least 2. Then he made a twisting motion with his hand. "Keys." I unclipped the ring before I decided to. Lewis saw. No, I can pass them through the vent. To him, he knows the floor. He's coughing on the ground. He knows the floor better than Harris. And if he's the reason the door is chained, that stopped me. The thought had been there, crawling under everything, but Lewis said it out loud. The man could be a victim. He could also be involved. People in trouble can still be dangerous. People with blood on their faces can still lie. Inside, the man read something in our body language. He pressed both palms to the glass and shook his head frantic. Marta said, "Do not give the keys to an unidentified person." Derek said, "Those keys open more than one restricted stair lock." "Why would those be on the floor?" I asked. Silence. Derek. He exhaled into the radio. Fire command box was logged open yesterday during contractor access. Keys should have been returned. Logged by who? I don't know from here. Another new fact. Somebody had taken the keys before today. The same keys now pushed out through a vent to us. The injured man suddenly ducked. A second later, something struck the inside of the glass above him. A long metal object. It hit with a crack and bounced away. Lewis and I both recoiled. For half a second, I thought someone had swung at him. Some attacker in the dark, just out of sight. Then the object rolled into the weak light near the window, the red ladder. It had been leaning somewhere behind the plastic or against a column, and when the injured man pulled himself along the wall, he must have caught it with his shoulder. It toppled and smacked the glass. Realistic, explainable, still enough to make my legs shake. Ladder fell, I said, mostly to myself. Lewis looked like he wanted to sit down, which was impossible. Great. Love indoor weather. The man inside crawled away from the fallen ladder, dragging the second person another foot. The smoke reached their shoulders now when they stayed low. That was bad. Smoke should rise, but the ventilation system was moving it strangely, pushing it sideways along the unfinished floor. Derek confirmed it a moment later. HVAC is still running on 40. It may be pulling smoke from the electrical closet across the floor. "Shut it off," Marta said. "I'm trying." A tone sounded inside the building. Not the fire alarm. A softer mechanical beep that came through the glass in pulses. Then another. Backup alarms. The elevators, Derek swore. Service elevator just went into recall. Fire department, I asked. System fault. It's dropping to lobby and locking out. So Harris can't come back up fast. No, the trap tightened again. We were outside with one compromised rope system. The trapped people were inside with smoke and a chained stair door. Security had backed down to 38 and now had worse vertical access. The keys were with me, clipped to my harness, exactly where they helped nobody. Marta's voice came in, calmer now, which scared me more. "Caleb, listen carefully. Fire rescue is coming. We are lowering an equipment pouch. Put the keys inside. We will raise them, transfer them to Derek, and building security will take them down whichever route is available." "How long?" "Don't do that." "How long, Marta?" She didn't answer. The injured man inside coughed so hard his forehead hit the glass. That sound came through. A dull, intimate tap. He left a small smear on the pane, dark this time. Blood, probably from the cut above his eyebrow. I thought again of my mother's furnace, of Sean saying, "Don't ignore this again," of all the times I'd treated responsibility as a bill someone was trying to stick me with. And I hated that my brain went there, because it made the next choice feel noble when it was really just desperate. There was a way to get the keys to Harris faster. Not up, down. Lewis and I were suspended outside the east face. Harris and Bell were in the service stair between 38 and 40. But if they retreated to 38, they might reach a small maintenance balcony on the east side used for HVAC intake. I'd seen it on the building plan during orientation. Floor 38, northeast corner, recessed behind a louvered screen, accessible from the mechanical room. It wasn't meant for people except engineers, but it had an exterior grille. Maybe a hand could reach through. Maybe keys could be lowered to it from our position. "Derek," I said, 38 mechanical intake, east side. "Can Harris access it?" Derek paused. "Yes, maybe." Through mechanical room 38M, Marta said, "No. I can lower the keys on my tool lanyard." "Caleb, straight down 2 floors." Lewis stabilizes me. Harris grabs them through the grill. "Your backup is compromised." "I'd stay on main." "You are not hearing me." "I hear you." Lewis looked at me. His face had gone still. That was worse than anger. "No," he said. "It's 2 floors. In wind, keys weigh nothing. You're not lowering keys. You're leaning, managing a line, and trusting a security guard to grab a swinging ring through a grill while you hang on one good rope." Inside, the injured man had stopped writing. He lay with his cheek against the glass, eyes half open. Behind him, the second person moved weakly. Derek said, "Harris is at 38. I can send him to mechanical." Marta said, "Derek, if you assist this, I will bury you in court." "Marta," I said, "those people don't have time. And neither do you if that main line gets compromised." I looked up at the roofline. My main rope ran clean, for now. The backup hung beside it, damaged but quiet. The bracket waited above like a little metal tooth. The point of no return arrived without drama. It came as a click, small, mechanical, from my descender. I looked down and saw the problem immediately. The tool lanyard clipped to the key ring had shifted during my reach, threaded under the descender handle, and cinched there. When I tried to unclip the keys, the lanyard pulled the handle half open, not enough to drop me, because the safety catch held, but enough to jam the device under load. My main descender was locked in a bad position. I couldn't climb smoothly. I couldn't descend safely. I couldn't shift without risking a sudden slip. "This," I said. He heard something in my voice and went pale. "What?" My descenders jammed. Marta came on instantly. "Say again." Key lanyard caught under the handle. "Device is jammed." Lewis moved closer, then stopped because our lines were too near. "Don't touch it." "I'm not." Inside the floor, the injured man raised his head one last time and looked directly at me. Behind him, through the torn plastic near the service corridor, a faint orange flicker appeared low against the floor. Not reflection. Flame, small, contained, probably from wiring or plastic insulation near the electrical closet. But flame. Marta's voice came through the radio, no longer flat, no longer angry. "Caleb, Lewis, hold position. Nobody moves." That was the point where retreat stopped being an option. Not because we were brave. Because my way up was jammed, my backup was damaged. The fire stair keys were trapped on my harness. Smoke was filling the 40th floor. And the first visible flame had just appeared in the corner everyone needed to reach. The flame on 40 was small at first. That was what made it worse. A big fire would have made the decision for everyone. Flames rolling up the wall, black smoke punching the glass, alarms screaming through the whole building. That kind of disaster has a script. Evacuate. Retreat. Wait for the people with axes and air tanks. This was just a low orange lick behind torn plastic in the northeast corner, maybe no taller than my forearm. It crawled along something on the floor insulation cable jacket, a strip of plastic tarp, and gave off a greasy smoke that moved sideways under the push of the HVAC. Small enough for people to argue about, big enough to kill. "Caleb," Marta said in my ear, "do not touch the descender." I'm not. My right hand was locked around the rope above it anyway, useless and instinctive. The key lanyard had cinched under the handle, holding it half open against the safety catch. Not falling, not climbing, not descending. A bad middle place. Louis hung 3 feet to my left, close enough for me to see the sweat collecting along his upper lip despite the cold wind. His eyes kept moving, my jammed device, his own ropes, the glass, the smoke inside, the roofline above. "Can you unweight it?" he asked. "No." "Foot loop. If I stand in it, the lanyard pulls tighter." He looked at the red fob clipped against my harness like it was a live insect. "Of course it does." Derek came on the radio. "Harris is at the 38th mechanical room. He can reach the intake grill, but barely. Bell S with him." "Can they see us?" Marta asked. "Not from inside. The grill is recessed." I looked down and right. 2 floors below, the building face changed just enough to notice now that I knew where to look. The glass line broke at the 38th floor near the northeast corner, giving way to a dark, louvered rectangle tucked under a maintenance overhang. The mechanical intake. From above, it looked like a mouth set into the tower. "Caleb," Marta said, "we are lowering a rescue line. You clip in. Then we deal with the keys." "How long until the line reaches me?" "Soon." Her answer had no measurement in it. Inside, the injured man pushed himself onto one elbow. His face was lower than the window ledge now, half hidden by smoke. He slapped the glass once with the heel of his hand. Weak, not enough to scare anyone, enough to be heard through my bones. Behind him, the second person moved. A woman. I could see that now, or at least I thought I could. Dark hair stuck to her cheek. She was on her side near the concrete column, one arm curled tight against her ribs. The man crawled back to her, grabbed the shoulders of her jacket, and dragged her another foot away from the smoke. His movements had gone clumsy and slow. The flame found the hanging plastic. It climbed, fast. The sheet shriveled upward with a tight crackling sound that came faintly through the glass. Black edges curled. A bead of molten plastic fell and made a brighter spot on the floor. Louis whispered, "We're out of time." Marta heard him. Nobody freelances. But we were already past clean instructions. Roof was above us. The keys were on me. Harris was below. 2 people were inside a sealed floor where smoke detectors had been bagged. A stair door had been chained. A camera had been covered, and the ventilation was spreading fumes like it had been designed for it. The central threat was no monster. It was a building full of human shortcuts. A stolen key ring, a covered camera, a chained door, bagged detectors, a sloppy bracket, a job that had been marked vacant because vacancy made paperwork easier, and us hanging outside it paying the price. "Derek," I said, "tell Harris I'm lowering the keys." Marta snapped, "No, you are not. I can't climb. I can't wait. Caleb, if the rescue line gets here, great. But those two inside don't have that kind of air." Lewis looked at me and shook his head once, small. Not disagreement, fear. "You lower them," he said. "I manage the swing." Marta swore. I'd never heard her swear on comms before. "Lewis, do not assist." Lewis kept looking at me. "What's the plan?" The plan was ugly. I couldn't unclip the lanyard from my descender without making the jam worse. But the key ring was clipped to the end of that same lanyard. If Lewis could reach across, cut the lanyard below the jam, the keys would come free. We could tie the ring to my smaller tool cord, lower it down toward the 38th floor intake, and hope Harris could grab it through the grill. The problem was the knife. Every rope worker carries one, and every rope worker is scared of needing it. Lewis had a blunt tip rescue knife clipped to his chest. Cutting the wrong thing outside a skyscraper is a mistake with no appeal. "Cut the lanyard," I said. Lewis's mouth tightened. "Near your descender, below the jam. That lanyard is under the handle." "I know. You move, I could nick the rope." "I won't move. You always move. Not this time." He barked one short laugh with no humor in it, reassuring. Inside, the injured man tried to stand. His knees folded. He landed hard, one shoulder against the glass. The woman grabbed weakly at his sleeve, as if she was trying to pull him down, keep him low. "Good." She knew smoke. "Lewis," I said. He unclipped the knife. The wind eased for 3 seconds, as if the city had inhaled and held it. Lewis moved closer, inch by inch. His mane line angled toward mine. He braced one boot against the vertical mullion between us and hooked his other knee slightly inward to stop his hips from swinging. The knife was small in his gloved hand. Bright steel, practical, terrible. "Do not breathe dramatically," he said. "I'll keep it tasteful." His hand came in under my descender. The blade touched the lanyard. My whole body wanted to recoil. I stared at the glass instead. Beyond my reflection, the fire crawled up the plastic and reached the lower edge of a bundle of hanging wires. Something sparked. A quick blue-white spit. The light stayed off, but a mechanical unit somewhere inside kicked down, then up again, like a giant clearing its throat. Lewis saw it once. The lanyard fibers parted halfway. Wind hit, not the worst gust of the morning, but enough. My body shifted right. Lewis's knife hand jerked back. "Hold still," he shouted. "I'm trying. Try harder." His voice cracked on the last word. He swallowed it fast. He reset the blade. This time he cut clean through. The keys dropped. I caught the ring against my thigh with my left hand, pinning it there before it could fall away. The freed end of the lanyard snapped up and loosened around the descender handle. For 1/2 second, relief. Then the descender handle slipped. I dropped maybe 8 inches. Not far, not fatal, but sudden. The safety catch bit. The rope jerked. My harness slammed up into my ribs. Pain flashed white along my side where I'd already bruised my hip. Lewis yelled my name. I clamped both hands on the rope, breathing through my teeth. "I'm good," I said, though I was. My ribs hurt when I pulled air in. Something in my left wrist had twisted around the key ring, and a hot line of pain ran into my thumb. Marta's voice came through, low and furious. "Status. Descender seated again," Lewis said. "Lanyard cut, keys free." Caleb dropped less than a foot. "Caleb," I looked at the key ring in my glove. "Still here. Are you injured? Ribs maybe. Wrist maybe. Not important. That is not how injury works." No, it was. But it was how urgency worked. Lewis pulled a thin black tool cord from his harness, the one he used for his scrubber handle, and tossed the free end toward me. I missed it the first time because my left hand didn't close right. "Again," I said. He tossed it softer. I caught it between my palm and chest, teeth clenched. My thumb throbbed. We tied the keys with a knot that would have gotten mocked during training. Rushed, ugly, backed up with a locking carabiner, and 2 wraps of tape Lewis ripped from his glove cuff. It would hold, probably. The cord was rated for tools, not rescue loads, but keys weren't heavy. The wind was the weight. "Harris," Derek said over comms, "keys are coming down outside east face. Reach through the intake grill if you can. Do not lean out." A different voice came through, strained and close to coughing. "Copy." Harris sounded older now than he had 5 minutes before. I lowered the keys. Slow. The red fob spun below my boots, catching flashes of gray light. The cord vibrated in the wind. It wanted to drift away from the building, so Lewis used his squeegee handle to keep it close, nudging it back against the glass when it swung. Inside 40, the smoke thickened until the lower third of the room disappeared. The injured man had gotten the woman against the window now. He pressed her hand to the glass, maybe to keep her awake. Her fingers left faint streaks. The flame behind them ran along the bottom of the plastic sheet and found the yellow extension cord. I remembered it from the first look inside, coiled near the column like a lazy snake. Now it flashed, a bright pop, not an explosion, just an electrical arc, sharp and white, with a sound like a camera flash made physical. The woman jerked. The man ducked over her, shielding her from nothing useful. My keys swung out. "Bring them back," Lewis barked. "I'm trying." The cord had started to twist. The red fob spun faster, turning the key ring into a little pendulum. 2 floors below, the dark mouth of the mechanical intake waited. I could see movement behind the louver's now hands, a sleeve, a face briefly lit by a flashlight. "Harris." "Left," Derek relayed. "Harris says left, his left." "Which is our right," Lewis muttered. He guided the cord with the squeegee handle, arm extended, shoulder shaking. The keys dropped another 10 feet, then 20. My wrist screamed every time I pinched the cord. I switched hands and nearly lost it. "Caleb," Lewis warned, "I have it. You don't. I have it." I wrapped the cord around my forearm and locked it under my elbow. Pain shot up into my ribs. The red fob steadied. Down below, a hand came through the louver gap. Not far enough. "Lower 2 feet," Derek said. I lowered. Another foot. I lowered. The keys tapped the grill, metal on metal. Harris's fingers reached, missed, reached again. The fob slipped between 2 louvers, then popped back out as wind took it. "Come on," Lewis said. "Come on." Inside 40, the injured man suddenly began pounding the glass. Fast, panicked. Not at us. Toward the northeast corner. I looked past him. Through smoke and reflection, behind the torn plastic near the service stair, a figure moved upright. For one terrible second, I thought it was an attacker coming through the smoke. Someone who had chained the door, covered the camera, started the fire, and was now standing there watching the two trapped people crawl. The figure stepped forward. It wore a hard hat. Then it raised both hands. A firefighter. No, too soon. Wrong side. The figure stumbled into clearer view and collapsed to one knee. A third person. Construction worker, maybe. High-vis vest darkened with soot. He had been hidden near the service corridor the whole time, or trapped behind the plastic closer to the electrical closet. He tried to pull something off his belt, radio, phone, tool, but dropped it. Misdirection turned into a worse reality, not a threat. Another victim. Third person inside, I said, near the stair, wearing high-vis. Derek went quiet. Then, very softly, "That's Evan." Marta said, "Who is Evan?" "Our electrical contractor." "The crew wasn't scheduled until Monday," Lewis said. Derek didn't answer. Of course he didn't. The keys tapped the grill again. Harris caught them. "Got them." His voice cracked through the radio. "I've got the keys." A cheer would have been wrong, so none of us made one. The tool cord went slack. I let my head fall back against the harness strap for half a breath. Then Harris said, moving to stare. Marta said, "Harris, wait for fire." "No time," Harris answered. Derek said, "Use the 40E key on the padlock if you can reach it through the vision panel. Don't open into smoke without checking heat." Copy. Inside 40, Evan, the electrician, crawled toward the other two. He made it maybe 6 feet before stopping. The injured man left the woman by the glass and crawled toward him. "Don't," I whispered. He went anyway. The smoke rolled over both of them. Lewis pressed his forehead briefly against the back of his glove. God. Now came the part where nothing we did mattered, which was somehow harder than all the dangerous choices. We hung there outside the glass, useless and too close, watching silhouettes crawl through bad air, while people inside the building moved through stairwells we couldn't see. Marta's rescue line dropped from above. It swung into view beside me, thick and clean, with a carabiner and chest sling clipped to the end. It hit the glass once, bounced, and drifted toward Lewis. "Secure Caleb to the rescue line," Marta said. Lewis grabbed it. "About time," he muttered. He clipped the rescue carabiner to my front attachment point, with the care of a man threading a needle in a hurricane. The click of the gate locking was the sweetest sound I had heard all morning. "Locked," he said. "Confirm," Marta said. "Locked. Caleb is on rescue." My body believed it before my brain did. Some tight band around my lungs loosened. Then the glass behind Lewis cracked. Not shattered, cracked. A white line jumped across the pane from the interior side near the fallen red ladder, running diagonally like lightning frozen in place. Lewis recoiled. What the inside? The high-vis electrician had grabbed the red ladder and shoved it upward, not at us, but toward the ceiling. He was using it to strike something above the plastic sheeting. A sprinkler head, a detector, a duct. He swung again. The ladder slipped from his hands and hit the glass a second time. The crack lengthened. "Move away from that pane," Marta ordered. Lewis shifted left. I couldn't move far with the jammed descender and rescue line newly attached. but I pulled my knees in and pushed lightly off the glass, putting inches between my boots and the cracked pane. Inside, Evan swung the ladder again, this time hitting the ceiling grid. A sprinkler head broke. For a beat, nothing. Then water burst down in a hard white cone. Not movie perfect. Not the whole floor coming alive. Just one head, maybe two nearby after heat reached them, dumping water near the burning plastic and electrical closet. It hit the flame with a violent hiss. Steam and smoke billowed. The orange flicker shrank, but didn't vanish. "Sprinkler flow," Derek said. "Panel just caught it. Alarms active." Finally, the building woke up. A horn began inside. Then strobes flashed in the dim floor, white pulses through smoke. Somewhere below, alarms echoed down stairwells and elevator shafts. The city's ordinary noise got interrupted by something official and urgent. The injured man dragged Evan toward the window. The woman pushed herself up on one elbow. Water spread across the concrete, making dark, reflective pools. Harris came back on, coughing. "At 39 landing. Bell S with me. We're going up." "Door status?" Derek asked. "Smoke at 40 landing. We can see the chain through the glass panel. Padlock is on our side of the chain loop. Trying key." There was a long pause filled with alarm horns and static. Then Harris swore. "Key fits. Lock stiff. Don't force and snap it," Derek said. "I know how locks work." Metal clanked over the radio. Once, twice. Inside, the trapped people reacted to the sound. The injured man turned toward the stair. Evan lifted his head. The woman covered her ears against the alarm and coughed into her sleeve. The flame near the electrical closet flared again, smaller but stubborn, feeding on something under the panel. Sprinkler water beat around it, but not directly into it. Smoke thickened, then flattened under the sprinkler spray. "Lock open," Harris shouted. A chain rattled, then nothing. "Harris," Derek said. "It's jammed under the crash bar. Chain's off, but door won't release." Evan saw it too from inside. He left the other two and crawled toward the stair, one arm wrapped against his chest. He reached the service door and shoved the crash bar. No movement. He shoved again. The door gave maybe half an inch. Something was wedged at the bottom. "The red ladder," I said. Lewis looked at me. "What?" "No, not the fallen one. Inside, near the stair, there was a ladder earlier. Maybe it slid. Something's blocking the door." Derek relayed it. "Harris, obstruction at bottom interior side. Try pushing and releasing with Evan." "Evan," Harris said. "He's inside." A terrible little silence. Then Harris yelled through the stair door, not over the radio. We couldn't hear the words, but we saw Evan respond. He planted his boots against the wet concrete, grabbed the crash bar, and pulled up while Harris and Bell pushed from the other side. Once, nothing. Twice, the door jumped. Smoke poured through the crack. The woman at the window sagged forward. The injured man tried to pull her away from the glass, but his hand slipped on water. Again, I whispered. Nobody heard me. They did it again anyway. This time, the obstruction shifted. The service door burst inward maybe 2 feet, then slammed against whatever still blocked it. Harris's flashlight beam cut into the floor, bright and shaky. Bell squeezed through first, low, one arm over his face. No air tank, no turnout gear, just a young security guard doing something braver than policy allowed. He grabbed the woman. Harris grabbed Evan. The injured man tried to stand and fell backward. For 1 second, in the strobing alarm light, he looked through the glass directly at me. He lifted one hand. Not thanks exactly, more like acknowledgement. Then Belle hooked him under the arm too and dragged him toward the stair. Smoke swallowed all of them. I hung there, clipped to the rescue line, with my ribs burning, my wrist pulsing, and the cut end of the lanyard fluttering from my harness. "Did they get them?" Lewis asked. No one answered. Water ran down the inside of the glass in sheets now. It distorted everything. The cracked pane beside Lewis clicked softly as it cooled under sprinkler spray and October air. Derek's radio came back with coughing, shouting alarms. Then Harris, 3 coming down. Need EMS at 38. 1 unconscious, 2 ambulatory with assist. Lewis closed his eyes. Marta exhaled. It crackled over the radio. "Caleb and Lewis," she said, voice rough. "You are coming up now." "Happy to," Lewis said, and laughed once like it hurt. The rescue line took my weight gradually. Marta and whoever she had on the roof began hauling, slow and controlled. Lewis stayed with me for the first few feet, one hand near my harness, as if he could catch me if the whole city let go. My jammed descender scraped upward against the rope until he reached over and stabilized it. Every inch pulled at my ribs. My left wrist had started swelling inside the glove, tight and hot. We rose past the 40th floor. The handprint was almost gone now, washed thin by sprinkler water from the inside and our own dirty water from the outside. The word "stay" had vanished entirely. The glass showed only reflections: smoke, strobes, Lewis's face, mine. At the roofline, hands grabbed my harness and dragged me over the parapet without dignity. I landed on tar and gravel, rolled onto my side, and made a sound I would later deny making. Marta was above me, helmet crooked, face pale with anger and relief. "You absolute idiot," she said. I tried to answer, but breathing hurt. Lewis came over the parapet 30 seconds later. He sat down hard, pulled off one glove with his teeth, and stared at his shaking hand like it belonged to somebody else. Derek stood near the roof access door, phone to his ear, looking ruined. Below us, sirens arrived for real. Not distant now, close. Multiple units. Air horns at the intersection. The building alarm throbbed through the roof under my spine. Conflict resolved, one way or another. The keys had reached Harris. The stair door had opened. 3 people were out of the smoke, but I kept seeing the injured man's face through the glass, not grateful, not safe, just aware of us in a way that made the roof feel no more solid than the ropes had. And when Marta cut the damaged backup line away from my harness, the frayed section came apart in her hands with one soft tug. No snap, no drama, just a quiet surrender of fibers that had almost been enough. The first paramedic who looked at me said, "Did you fall?" I was sitting on the roof gravel with my back against a humming air handler, one glove half off, the other still on, because my left wrist had swollen around the cuff. My harness was loosened, but not removed. Marta wouldn't let anyone unclip anything until she had photographed the setup from 3 angles, including the cut lanyard, the jammed descender, and the shredded backup line lying in a coil beside my boot. "No," I said. The paramedic, a woman in her 30s with rain-dark hair tucked behind one ear, looked from my ribs to my wrist to the rope pile. "You look like you tried to." Louis, sitting 6 feet away with a foil blanket around his shoulders, gave one short laugh and then stopped because even laughing had started to feel like too much. The roof had become crowded in that strange, controlled way emergencies do after the worst part has passed. Firefighters moved with tools and radios, stepping around our buckets and rope bags like they were furniture in a room someone had forgotten to clean. Their boots made blunt scraping sounds on the gravel. The building alarm still pulsed below us, dampened by concrete and steel, until it felt less like a sound and more like pressure behind the eyes. Marta Kowalski, 42, female, our site supervisor, stood near the parapet speaking to a fire captain. She had one hand on her clipboard and the other tucked under her elbow to stop it shaking. I noticed because Marta never shook. Not when wind ruined a drop, not when clients screamed about streaks, not when Louis once opened a lunch container of fish stew in July and nearly killed us all. But now, her pen tapped against the clipboard in tiny, irregular clicks. Derek Voss, 51, male, the Ellison Towers chief engineer, was not talking much anymore. He stood by the roof access door with his Cubs cap in one hand, hair flattened underneath, phone pressed to his ear. His face had gone a color I couldn't name. He kept saying, "I understand," and "Yes, they're pulling logs," and "No, I did not authorize that," which sounded less like answers than pieces of a wall being built around him. Luis Morno, 29, male, my rope partner, had a small cut across the bridge of his nose from where his safety glasses had slammed into his face during one of the gusts. He had refused treatment twice, then accepted a blanket because Bell, the younger security guard, had been brought through the roof door coughing so hard he couldn't stand. And after seeing that, Louis seemed to run out of pride. "You're bleeding," I told him. He touched his nose, looked at his glove, and shrugged. "Adds character. You already had too much." "Still short," he said. "It should have sounded normal." It almost did. Then his eyes moved to the coil of my backup line, to the frayed section Marta had pulled apart with 2 fingers, and his face closed again. The paramedic wrapped my wrist, pressed along my ribs, asked me to breathe deep, then told me to stop pretending it didn't hurt. No broken ribs, probably. Bad bruising. Sprained wrist, maybe a small fracture. Hospital would decide. I nodded through all of it, because nodding was easier than admitting I could still feel the half-second drop in my body. Every few breaths, my harness seemed to bite again. My stomach would lift. My hands would clamp. I kept looking for the injured man from the 40th floor. They didn't bring him to the roof. Fire crews took him Evan, and the woman down through the service route once the stairwell was ventilated enough to move. We heard pieces over radios. One male, smoke inhalation, forehead laceration. One female, decreased responsiveness. One male contractor, possible rib injury, electrical burns minor. Then elevator numbers, staging locations, EMS requests. Everything turned into codes and clipped phrases. People become tasks during emergencies. That is not cruel. It is how they survive. Still, I wanted names. I got them an hour later in the lobby, after a firefighter helped me out of the ambulance because I refused transport until someone explained what the hell had happened. That refusal lasted about 4 minutes before the paramedic told me I could either walk to the ambulance like a grown man or be strapped to a board out of spite. I walked. The lobby of the Ellison Tower smelled like wet wool, electrical smoke, and the lemon cleaner someone had used that morning before the building became a scene. Tenants from lower floors stood outside the revolving doors in coats and dress shoes, staring upward. Office workers held phones at chest height, trying not to look like they were recording. Police tape blocked off the service hall. A firefighter in soot-streaked gear drank water from a paper cup beside a marble planter. The injured man was named Marcus Hale, 38, male, a freelance network technician from Oak Park. The woman was Nina Sato, 31, female, a project coordinator for the incoming biotech tenant. Evan Riley, 46, male, was the electrical contractor Derek had recognized, though Derek later insisted Evan wasn't supposed to be on site until the following week. According to the first version, the polite version, the three of them had gone up early to check cabling for the tenant build-out. A scheduling mistake, a bad door, a shorted temporary panel, a chain on the stair that should not have been there, smoke detectors bagged and not restored, a camera covered and forgotten. According to the second version, which came out in pieces while police separated people into corners of the lobby, Nina had arrived with Marcus because she was worried about missing equipment. Conference room displays, network switches, expensive things small enough to vanish before the official move-in. Evan had agreed to meet them off book because he had found discrepancies in the electrical closet inventory and thought someone was using the vacant floor after hours. That was why there was no badge access. Derek had given Evan a temporary contractor override the week before. Evan had used it before his scheduled date, then brought Marcus and Nina up through a service route to look around quietly. Quietly. That word did a lot of harm. They found the covered camera first, then the missing keys, then the chain on the stair door. They were still arguing about whether to call building security when the temporary panel arced near the yellow extension cord and filled the northeast corner with smoke. Marcus tried the stair. It was chained. Evan went to the electrical closet. Something flashed. Nina fell hard near the column when she tried to drag a ladder away from the wires. The conference room device that sent me the airdrop photo was Marcus's idea. His phone had enough battery for a 911 call, but reception inside the core kept dropping. He used the conference display system to push a photo outward to any nearby Apple device, hoping someone on the exterior crew would accept it and understand there were people inside. "Why write stay?" I asked. The police detective looked at me like she hadn't slept in 3 days, though it was barely lunchtime. Detective Erin Malley, 45, female, worked major accidents and suspicious incidents for CPD. and she had the careful face of someone who knew the difference between a lie and a bad memory. She stood beside me near the lobby wall while a paramedic rechecked my blood pressure, because apparently arguing counted as exertion. "Marcus says he meant stay where you are," she said. "He saw your damaged rope before you did. He was trying to stop you from climbing into it." I pictured the word again, fading on the glass. Stay, not bait, not warning us away from the stair. Just a man choking on smoke, trying to write faster than his hand could manage. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. "Who chained the door?" Lewis asked from beside me. He had followed me down because of course he had, blankets still around his shoulders like an angry grandmother. The cut on his nose had a little butterfly strip over it now. Detective Mal looked at both of us. "We don't know yet." "Someone knows," Lewis said. "I agree." "Someone took the keys too." "I agree with that also." "Someone covered the camera." She held his stare. "Mr. Morneau, I understand you want me to solve the whole thing in the lobby while you're still wearing a harness. I can't. But we're treating this as more than an accident." That quieted him. Not satisfied, quieted. Marta came over then, carrying my cut lanyard in a clear plastic evidence bag, because she had apparently decided the only way to process trauma was to become a crime scene tech. She handed it to the detective, then turned on me. "You're going to the hospital. I'm fine." "You are not fine. Your wrist looks like a bratwurst." Lewis glanced at it. "A little. Not helping," I said. "Wasn't trying." Marta stepped closer. Her voice dropped. "You do not get to make me watch that and then pretend you're fine because admitting pain costs you something." I didn't have an answer. That was the thing about Marta. She could thread a safety lecture through the exact hole in your personality. My phone buzzed in my pocket. For a second, the lobby slipped away, and I was back on the rope, wrist raised, airdrop request glowing on my watch. It was Sean, my brother. I almost let it go. Then I thought of Marcus pressing his hand to the glass, of Nina's fingers streaking the pain, of Evan swinging that ladder until water finally came down, of Lewis cutting a line beside my descender with his hand shaking and doing it anyway. I answered. "Hey," I said. Sean's voice came through tinny and annoyed. "You alive?" I looked at Lewis, at the police tape, at the soot on the lobby floor, at the red fob in an evidence bag on a folding table. "Mostly." What does mostly mean? I swallowed. My throat hurt, maybe from smoke I hadn't breathed, maybe from everything else. "I'm going to send money for Mom's furnace, and I'm sorry I ignored you." There was a pause. "You okay?" No joke, no complaint, just the question. I stared through the lobby glass at the street, where firefighters were packing hoses back into compartments. "Not really." "Hospital? Yeah, I'll call Mom." "Thanks." Another pause. Softer this time. "Don't be stupid." I almost laughed. Too late. After we hung up, Lewis pretended not to have listened. Marta pretended she hadn't either. That was kind of them. The hospital took x-rays, wrapped my wrist in a brace, told me 2 ribs were bruised badly enough that breathing would be educational for a while, and gave me paperwork about concussion symptoms, even though I had not hit my head. Lewis got his nose cleaned properly. Belle was treated for smoke inhalation and released. Harris stayed longer. So did Evan. Nina spent the night. Marcus too. By evening, the news had a version. 3 workers rescued from electrical fire in Loop High Rise. Window washers assist in rescue. Investigation ongoing. That word again. Assist. Clean and harmless, like we'd held a door. Our company suspended work on the Ellison Tower pending review. Marta filed reports with OSHA, the fire department, the building owner, and anyone else whose inbox deserved to suffer. Derek was placed on administrative leave, though whether he was guilty of anything beyond bad systems and worse trust, I still don't know. The property management company issued a statement about cooperating fully, which is corporate language for everyone has hired lawyers. 2 days later, Detective Malley called me. They had found bolt cutters in a janitorial closet on 39. They had found no clean fingerprints on the chain or padlock because sprinkler water and smoke had ruined most of the surfaces. The fire command box log showed an override key checkout under Evans contractor code at 6:12 p.m. the previous night, but Evans swore he hadn't been in the building then. Security footage from the lobby showed no Evan at that time. Could his code have been copied? I asked. Could have, she said. What about the covered camera? Dust hood was placed by someone wearing a contractor jacket and hard hat the night before. Face turned away from every camera. Convenient. Very. She didn't say more, and I didn't ask what she couldn't answer. A week after the fire, Lewis and I met for coffee near the river because neither of us was cleared for rope work yet, and neither of us knew what to do with daylight. He had stopped humming. I noticed that before I noticed anything else. We sat outside, even though it was cold. The Ellison Tower stood a few blocks away, its east face patched by temporary panels where the cracked glass had been removed. From the ground, the 40th floor looked ordinary again. A band of dark windows. Nothing more. You going back up? Lewis asked. Eventually. He nodded like he expected that. You, eventually, he said. Then, after a moment, not with you if you keep making dumb plans. Fair. I mean it. I know. He stirred his coffee without drinking it. You scared? I looked at the tower. A gull moved between buildings, white against the glass, and for half a second, my eyes tried to turn it into the pigeon with the zip tie. Just a bird, just wings catching dirty wind. Yeah, I said. Lewis seemed satisfied by that. Good. Took you long enough. We sat there until the cold got into my brace and made my wrist ache. 3 weeks later, my phone received one more airdrop request. I was at home in my kitchen in Milwaukee, visiting my mother after finally paying the furnace deposit, and then staying to fix the weather stripping around her back door because guilt likes a project. My harness was in my truck. My ropes were at the shop. The Ellison Tower was 90 miles away. I was pouring coffee when my phone lit up on the table. 40F Conference TV wants to share a photo. For a few seconds, I didn't move. The furnace clicked on in the basement. Warm air rattled through the old vents. My mother called from the living room, asking if I wanted eggs. Outside, a neighbor scraped frost from a windshield with short, gritty strokes. Normal sounds. House sounds. I stared at the screen until the request timed out. I told myself it was a saved device name glitch. Some cached network artifact. Some stupid phone thing I didn't understand because I use technology the way I used people, only as much as I absolutely had to. I did not accept it. I did not decline it. I let it disappear. Then I opened my recent photos, expecting nothing. At the top of the roll was a gray thumbnail I had not taken. I tapped it before I could stop myself. The picture showed the east face of the Ellison Tower from inside the 40th floor, looking out through dirty glass. Water streaks, smoke haze, ropes cutting down the frame. At the lower edge, barely visible, was the top of my white hard hat. Same photo Marcus had tried to send, except this copy had been taken from farther back in the room, wide enough to show the covered camera in the northeast corner, wide enough to show the service stair door, wide enough to show, standing beside that chained door before the smoke got bad, a person in a dark contractor jacket and hard hat, face turned away, one hand on the padlock. I sent it to Detective Malley. Then I set the phone face down and stood there in my mother's warm kitchen, listening to the furnace run like a steady breath through the walls. I had spent years trusting rope because rope was honest. Rope frayed where you could see it. Rope failed for reasons. People were different. Somewhere, someone had stood on the other side of the glass and watched us hang there. And for once, I was grateful I hadn't looked away. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going.